Okay, time is we're getting close.
Good morning, Chair. This is Sue.
Morning, Sue.
Good morning. Madam Chair, County Manager Peru is going to be just a little bit late, so I'll help with the proclamations this morning.
Hello, everyone.
Morning, Judy.
Morning, Supervisor Begay.
Do we have Lena with us?
Not yet, Madam Chair, but we'll be watching.
Just a couple more minutes. So I know we have a number of proclamations this morning, so
We do. We have 3 of them.
important matters to acknowledge and recognize. All right. I think it's straight up at 10 o'clock. We have a joint meeting going on in there, so. All right, well, it is 10 o'clock straight up. And today is the regular meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. And as to be expected here in Coconino County for our spring, we've had it all today. We've had wind, we've had rain, we've had snow, and now we even have sunshine. So it is a perfect and glorious spring morning. And it's great to be here this morning and to see smiling faces. Our first order of business is the call to order. And my name is Patrice Horseman, and I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors and the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
And District 3. District 3, I'm sorry, is Matt is not going to be able to join us today. He's recovering from some hand surgery and just needs we want him to recover and get back to full speed ahead for us here with the board and also the county. So Matt is not going to be able to join us here for this board meeting. District 4.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here for this meeting today. We do have a lot of proclamations and other agenda items are on the table. So I assume the meeting is going to go fast since Matt is not going to be here today. Good morning.
Good point, Supervisor Begay. And District 5. Is Lena with us yet?
No, not yet, Madam Chair. Sorry about that.
All right. All right. Well, when she joins us, let us know. And we do have a quorum. And so with that, we're going to proceed. Our next item of business is to honor our nation through the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand so that we can say the pledge. And our clerk is going to put a flag up and also the words for the Pledge of Allegiance so we can all join in. So please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to
and
the
to the
republic
republic
for which it
which it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty
liberty,
and
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 justice
justice
for all.
for all.
All right, thank you all. And our next item of business is the call to the public. And members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the board. Any questions or comments you would like to make on items that are not on the agenda. Now is your time to join us and be heard by the board. This is not on the agenda, and so the open meeting law will not allow us to discuss the item, but we can refer it on to administration for further review or put it on as an agenda item at an upcoming board meeting. And we ask that you keep your comments to approximately 3 minutes. And of course, this is a public meeting, so we ask that you maintain civility and decorum. With that, I am going to turn this over to the clerk of our board to explain how you members of the public can join us and be heard this morning. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairperson. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom, it's a raise hand icon that looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you, Lindsay. And by the way, I just got word that Lena Fowler has joined us. A Supervisor Fowler from District 5 is with us. So thank you and good morning, Lena. So members of the public, now is your time to be heard. Please join us.
There are no hands raised.
All right, this is a second call. Members of the public, this is the call to the public. If you have any questions or comments, now would be your time. Please join us.
And there are no hands raised, Chair.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. Then, members of the board, we have 3 important proclamations this morning. And the first proclamation is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And with us this morning to read the proclamation and to provide information and education on Sexual Awareness Month, we have Jennifer Runge, the Executive Director of Victim Witness Services of Northern Arizona. Thank you for joining us this morning, Jennifer. It's good to see you, and always important that we are aware of sexual assault and what this means for our community, but so sorry we have to be here to do this. So with that, Jennifer, unless Sue, you have any comments first?
No, Madam Chair, just to say thank you to Jennifer and all of her staff who have joined us as well.
Very good. Thanks so much, Sue. Jennifer, please take the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For designating April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas sexual violence is an umbrella term that includes any type of unwanted sexual contact, including sexual assault, harassment, abuse, sexual exploitation and trafficking, non-consensual image sharing, words and actions of a sexual nature against a person's will and without consent. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month, which officially began being observed nationally 22 years ago, is intended to raise public awareness to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has public health implications for every community. And whereas the National Sexual Violence Resource Center has communicated that the theme of Sexual Assault Awareness Month 2023 is Drawing Connections, Prevention Demands Equity. As Drawing Connections recognizes that it will take ending all forms of oppression to end sexual harassment, assault, and abuse. And whereas more than 1 in 4 non-Hispanic Black women, 29%, in the United States were raped in their lifetime. More than 4 in 5 American Indian and Alaska Native women, 84%, have experienced violence in their lifetime. 1 in 3 Hispanic women, 34.8%, reported unwanted sexual contact in their lifetime. 32.9% of adults with intellectual disabilities have experienced sexual violence, and 47% of all transgender people have been sexually assaulted at some point in their lives. And whereas addressing the social exclusion, unequal access to resources, disproportionate exposure to harm, and unjust prejudice that people face will help create change if we take time to hear, understand, and recognize one another. And whereas in Coconino County in 2022, Victim Witness Services worked with 105 adult survivors of sexual assault and 76 survivors of child sexual abuse and their families. And whereas Coconino County encourages all community members to work together to promote education about sexual violence prevention, supporting survivors, and speaking out against harmful attitudes and actions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that to bring awareness to sexual assault, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors recognizes April 2023 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And before we open this up for comments, I'm going to take a motion in a second and vote on this, and then we'll open it up for comments. So members of the board, at this time, I would take a motion to approve the proclamation just read by Jennifer Runge, approving and designating April 2023 as Sexual Awareness Month. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a
Second.
motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And it is unanimous that this is passed. So Jennifer, I'm going to turn this over to you for any additional comments you may have, and then I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you so much. I think I just want to draw attention to just the percentages. I think those percentages are just astounding, especially with American Indian and Alaska Natives, of being 4 in 5 women experience some level of sexual assault in their lifetime. So we just ask for your ongoing support. We are incredibly grateful for Coconino County Board of Supervisors' ongoing support of Victim Witness Services. We've expanded recently into Navajo Nation and are just so happy to have your ongoing help in these efforts.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. So members of the board, any comments you'd like to make at this time? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the team bringing this to our attention and highlighting this proclamation. This is still a serious issue in our community, and it's only going to change if we spread awareness and provide those spaces and opportunities for folks to tell their story and feel comfortable and feel like there isn't, as mentioned in the proclamation, there isn't that stigma around it. A lot of people in our lives that we know have suffered some kind of trauma or some kind of assault in various different ways. Unfortunately, it's something that our society and our community needs to work on, and this is one small step towards that. And so I appreciate all the hard work of the staff putting forward this proclamation and also continuing the work around sexual assault, and just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chair, any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just like to thank the staff for bringing this proclamation to us here today, and I think it's very important that we accept and approve, and which we did. And I just want to say that, you know, it's our right to be free from sexual assault, and yet there are lots of people like that are maybe our friends, colleagues, neighbors, or even our classmates out there that carry the trauma of being sexually assaulted. And so I just want to say that, you know, it affects everyone, all affects all people, regardless of race, gender, whatever it may be, you know. And 1 in 4 women, they pretty much have an attempted rape, you know, on them. And so it can happen also at schools, anywhere in the community, home, anywhere, any public places. So we have to be really careful as to what we do and how we know what our surroundings are like. And so that, and we must be also help the survivors, make sure that they're safe, and then there's justice for them, and then they start the healing process. So thank you for bringing this proclamation to us today. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. So Supervisor Fowler?
Hi, Jennifer. It's so unfortunate that we have to do this every year. But at the same time, though, it's really important that we get the message out through the board meeting and these proclamations and other way of educating the community. And the education has to start really early to say that, that I think now in this day and time that core family value teachings for some reason is not there. And then just the historical trauma that has been carrying on that we all live in, I think that just contributes to all the stress that is evident throughout our society. And so anyway, just really appreciate you and your staff and other partners. There are many partners that are working with this in this area, our Sheriff's Department, law enforcement, health departments. Really want to thank all of them and just your continued effort, and whatever we can do here from the board within our districts and as countywide, I think it's really important. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your work.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for your comments. And yes, Jennifer, I just want to echo the comments of my colleagues. The numbers that you provide us, it's just staggering. And the discrimination against women and minorities, really because of social exclusion and unequal access, unfortunately, these numbers are the results. And it takes every single one of us as in our place in society to, quite frankly, speak out and to do what we can to, quite frankly, change the culture that has really developed in this country, quite frankly, in the world. And so it is because of people such as yourself and your people and your those in the Victims Witness Program and those in the law enforcement, healthcare communities, and quite frankly, various organizations, both for women's rights and for minority rights, speaking out together to really bring an end to this. And thank you for all of your work, for your team's work, and for all those that do their part, which we all need to be doing more on to bring an end to, obviously, sexual assault and sexual violence. So thank you, Jennifer. One of these days, hopefully, we can change the proclamation into something different. But for right now, this is a message that must be brought out and that we must bring an end to. So thank you. Thank you for all the work you do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all. We appreciate it.
And I'm going to ask members of Coconino County, the staff, any comments you'd like to make. Now would be the time. All right. With that, we are going to move along. Jennifer, again, thank you. And we'll continue to be advocates and work together. Appreciate it. So our next proclamation is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2023 as Fair Housing Month. We just talked about sexual assault and sexual violence, and a lot of it's because of unequal access. We're going to talk a little bit about that with this proclamation. So Health and Human Services Director Kim Musselman will introduce this item, and we'll introduce who's reading the proclamation or who else is here today. So thank you, Kim. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to having you read the proclamation.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Health and Human Services is a the community action agency in Coconino County. And as such, we receive CDBG funding to help advocate for fair housing. And also, obviously, that is something that is very important in the work that we do as a community action agency. And so today, Andrea Maru, our division manager over our community action pillar of programs, is going to read the proclamation. So I will turn it over to Andrea.
Thank you, Kim. Coconino County Proclamation designating April 2023 as Fair Housing Month in Coconino County. Whereas the National Fair Housing Law of 1986, as amended by the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988, prohibits discrimination in housing and declares it a national policy to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing in the United States. And whereas the principle of fair housing is not only national law and national policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all Americans. And whereas individuals in Coconino County have the right to choose where to live without discrimination based on race, color, religion, age, sex, familial status, marital status, national origin, ancestry, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, and order protection status. And whereas federal and state laws affirm the right of every person to equal housing opportunity. And whereas the talents of grassroots and nonprofit organizations, housing service providers, financial institutions, elected officials, state agencies, and others must be combined to promote and preserve integration, fair housing, and equal opportunity. And therefore, be it resolved that we do hereby recognize April 2023 as Fair Housing Month and call upon all residents to reflect on and embrace the diversity that strengthens us.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Kim, and thank you for being with us this morning to read this very important proclamation. And I'm going to, at this time, ask that there be a motion for the approval of the proclamation designating April 2023 as Fair Housing Month. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. So thank you, Kim and Andrea. Kim and Andrea, do you have any comments you'd like to make before I turn this over to the board?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to add, we had hoped we could get some of our housing partners to join us today, and unfortunately there ended up being some illness. But I just want to recognize that this is truly an effort across so many different organizations, our nonprofit partners who play such an important role in this, as well as the proclamation stated, all of you in your advocacy and those across the county and the country. So I just want to acknowledge that this is something that we work on collectively with all of our partners and hope to continue to advance fair housing opportunities for our community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Andrea, any other comments or?
I'm just echoing what Kim said, that this is a collaborative effort amongst all of the service providers, elected officials, and different community members. And it's not an issue that's isolated to Coconino County. This is a nationwide issue. And so I appreciate that we had the opportunity to declare April as Fair Housing Month, because it's just such an important issue. And I'm really glad to be part of a community where we all get to work together to try to support Coconino County residents and having safe and stable housing access.
Thank you, Andrea. So with that, members of the board, any comments from members of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to, again, thank the staff for bringing this to our attention. Affordable housing and fair housing is super important. And as we see in our local communities, as the cost of housing is going up, that is causing real despair for our families and making it difficult for folks to have places to live and still have a comfortable life. It's making it harder and harder. And so we need to continue to be advocates for fair housing and also affordable housing, so that way our community does not get torn apart because people can't find places to live. And so really appreciate this coming forward and having that conversation. So as was mentioned earlier, this too is going to take education, it too is going to take partnerships and out of the box thinking to make some solutions for our communities. So thank you for providing this proclamation as a space for us to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments, board members?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to the staff again for bringing this proclamation. I know that everything that Geronimo said is true, and I solely support what he commented on. And I think in Flagstaff, the only true, very, very true affordable housing and fair housing is probably the Flagstaff Housing Authority. And because they use income limits for families, and it's based on your income, and I think that's where we need to go. But and so that can even address homelessness. We have a lot of people out there that are homeless, and then we have a lot of people, they do have veteran housing that they do, just like Navajo Housing Authority. And I think we need to start looking at and advocating in that way, instead of, just watching, a lot of these other apartments going up and people are paying over thousands of dollars, just for a 2-bedroom. And so I just want to say, I think it's worth trying to see if we as a county can start advocating for something that's like Flagstaff Housing Authority. I think that will really take care of a lot of housing issues that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Fowler.
Well, thank you. And, we just, I guess in the country and in our region, it's always been an issue, but it's really escalated. And thank goodness we have a little bit of control that we can do over the rental, the vacation rentals, really has changed neighborhoods. It's also really taken over the housing market, and I guess it's good for our economy, but at the same time, though, our workforce, our local residents just really had an impact on the students, just total impact on them. Not just that, but it's just the number of housing and just being able to build affordable housing. And it's like housing, what is affordable housing? A big house is built and only 2 people live in it, or is it like a apartment-like complex with people living in there and being able to manage the cost of that. I think it's a real complex issue. And at the surface, it sounds like, every person should have a housing, but the state really regulates. I wish at the board level if local government had a little more control on some of these things, we'd be able to do a lot more. But we don't have that authority. The state legislators takes that out of our hands, and now just gave us a little tiny bit that we can do to help to be able to at least address a little bit of the issue. So I really appreciate everyone that is really challenged in working in this area, because it's a huge challenge, land issue, infrastructure issue. It's just really a lot to overcome just to be able to do affordable housing. And yes, everyone should be housed and be able to say, this is the place I live, and I'm going home, and I'm going to be able to cook at home, sleep at home, and be able to possibly even work from home on a remote. But we just unfortunately a lot of our residents don't have that. So it's really I want to just say, from management to all the departments and all the agencies that and all the volunteers that work on this issue. It is so important. It just takes a lot of heart and a lot of soul to be able to address this issue, as well as the last topic, sexual assault. These are very, very tough personal issues that are being addressed. So thank you so much. And it takes a lot of emotions and to be able to do this. And so I would just advise everyone that's working in this field, working to really work one-on-one with individuals that have great needs, is personal care. You gotta take the time to take care of yourself. You have to be in the moment when you're not working. You gotta be there for your family, for yourself, and be zoned in and be selfish with yourself every once in a while. Otherwise, your energy is just totally dedicated. That energy, part of it has to be for you and your own family. So thank you so much. Really appreciate all the things you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And yes, thank you so much, Kim and Andrea, for bringing this proclamation. You just look at this, and like the earlier one, where you talk about equal opportunity, where you talk about, living without discrimination. What simple concepts, it forms the basis for the Constitution and quite frankly, the founding of the United States. And yet it seems to be the hardest thing we have been able to implement as a society. At this point, as I think they're the guiding principles here in Coconino County. And they will continue to be our guiding principles as we move forward to address many of the issues that our local community faces and the decision-making that we must make. It's not always easy, but we have a huge responsibility for this community and to do what we can to bring more equal access, to bring a community without discrimination, and quite frankly, to be able to provide for equity in housing. So thank you for bringing this together. We're going to continue to move forward and grapple with these issues. And it's always good to be reminded what is motivating all of us. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So moving along, this is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 3rd to the 9th, 2023 as Public Health Week. And actually, I think we should have every single day of our calendar Public Health Day. So at this point, again, we are here with our Health and Human Services Director, Kim Musselman, who will introduce this item and who will read this proclamation. So Kim.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'm excited to be here today for this proclamation for National Public Health Week. And I agree wholeheartedly that when we look at when we are fighting and addressing social determinants of health, is something that we do every day. And we do it not only as public health, but all our health and human services and our social service side, and all of the partners that contribute to the work we do. But we're excited today to bring forward this proclamation. This is something, of course, that happens every year. And just to bring light to some of the other proclamations that have been read, there's weekly or daily themes that are highlighted, and hopefully you will see as well with our social media campaigns and other things. We're pushing out several different things this week in honor of National Public Health Week. And we're going to be having a celebration today here at the King Street. We're going to be doing a little game and snacks opportunity for staff to come together in person from noon to 2. And then on Thursday, we're going to be up in Page celebrating with our Page office from 10:30 to 11:30. So just want to appreciate our staff and by this proclamation, and recognize that it is, in terms of the themes this week, is community violence prevention. We just got done hearing the sexual assault awareness month for April. Reproductive and sexual health, our mental health, rural health, accessibility, and food and nutrition. And these are just a few of the categories that are being highlighted this week. But with that, I want to introduce a couple of our team members who are going to be reading the proclamation. It's Sunshine Kaufman, who is our division manager over our community health and prevention pillar, and then also Candace Kanker, who is our program manager over our opioid and tobacco prevention. And so they're going to read the proclamation today. I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us, Sunshine and Candace. Great to see you, and we look forward to your reading of the proclamation.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm honored to be here today to participate in the reading of this proclamation for Public Health Week, which is this current week, April 3rd through the 9th, 2023. Whereas public health and social services benefit all residents of Coconino County, regardless of ethnic, socioeconomic, family, or social strata, and
whereas public health and social services are among the highest priorities of communities seeking to prevent waste of resources and loss of human potential, and
whereas public health services for health promotion and disease prevention are a cost-effective means of significantly reducing premature death and needless human suffering, and
whereas studies have shown that every dollar invested in prevention creates approximately $5 return on investment, and
whereas public health and social services professionals and all those who promote public health play important roles in our county and undertake their duties with concern and compassion worthy of praise and appreciation, and
whereas Coconino County Health and Human Services has clarified that its mission is empowering people, confronting inequities, influencing policy, and bettering lives, and
whereas Public Health Week represents a coalition of public and private health agencies, academia, and health-related enterprises, all of whom are interested in promoting healthy behavior.
now therefore, we do proclaim April 3rd through 9th, 2023 as Public Health Week.
Very good. Thank you very much. And we will, before we take comments on this, I am going to entertain a motion proclaiming or designating April 3rd through the 9th, 2023 as Public Health Week. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, it was by Supervisor Begay, second. Second was Supervisor Begay, Madam Chair.
All right.
No, I made the motion.
Oh, oh, okay, somebody.
I
made the motion.
For some reason, Supervisor Begay, I'm not even seeing you on here. That's
I don't
very.
know, I can
strange.
see myself.
There you
I
are.
can see her. She's on.
It was weird. So, okay, I apologize, Supervisor Begay. You made that motion. Vice Chair Vasquez, you seconded that motion. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, very good. So Supervisor Begay, I apologize. For some reason, I lost you in our little blocks here. So we have a motion and a second, hopefully now correctly stated. Do all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Very good. It is unanimous. So we are, at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Kim or Sunshine or Candace, if you have any comments to make, and then I'll turn this over to the board.
The last comment that I just wanted to make, and certainly Sunshine or Candace can make comments, or any of the others. I know we've got Michelle and Eve on as well, but I just want to, again, appreciate the amazing staff at Health and Human Services, the work that they do every single day, bringing their whole selves to the work with our community, always dreaming up new and exciting things and ways we can serve our communities. And I just really want to appreciate them, not only this week because it's Public Health Week, but also every single day for the work that they do. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and Sunshine, Candace, any comments you'd like to make?
No, thank you. It was nice to be here. Nice to see everyone.
Good to see you, Sunshine. So, All right, then I'm going to turn this over to the board. I'll make a comment just real quick. And we really have certainly seen the importance of public health. I mean, quite frankly, every single time we have an emergency or a crisis, our public health, health and human services, and that team is always there, always ready to respond and be part of our community. And certainly we saw it most very specifically and directly during the latest pandemic, and the extraordinary work that was done by Health and Human Services and continues to be done. We're still here. We still have a health crisis, and we so appreciate all the work of our Health and Human Services and our public health team. So it's nice that we're able to recognize them. They deserve more than a week, but it's nice that we're here to be able to recognize them. Other members of the board have some comments? Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. No, again, I appreciate the opportunity to highlight all the great work that public health and our public health department at Coconino County does, and not just our county, but across the country in terms of dealing with some of these public health issues, in particular COVID and what that took. And so it is nice to be able to recognize and honor our public health staff and for all their hard work and continue the supporting our public health efforts in our county, because as we've seen, not just in our county, but in other counties, if you don't pay attention to some of these public health issues, they go from minor issues to huge major issues. And so it's super important that we're on top of these issues, that we're looking out for our community and the health of our overall community. And so this is just a great opportunity to educate the public on what public health is, what our staff does, and how important it is to the health of our overall community and for our county. So again, thank you, staff, for all your hard work, and look forward to celebrating this week as Public Health Week. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Other comments, members of the board?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Begay, and I see you. For some reason, my computer's not working. So yes, Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say I just want to thank the staff, especially our Coconino County staff, for doing a lot of prevention and still going on and doing activities, and also, getting out in the communities to work with the people out there that, to ensure that, we're, especially this week, that we're there for the purpose of doing the public health week. So I just want to say thank you, and certainly, I see the job well done within our public health and our health department. They're on top of everything, stuff like that. But I think that for COVID, that really showed a lot that, we're about that. And then also, I think we just need to continue, even though we don't know, it's still lingering around a bit, but I think we still need to continue to do little flyers and, whatever it takes, to get, to continue to prevent ourselves. And in fact, we should be washing our hands all the time, or, when you're still in a large area, you still need to wear your face mask. So I know some areas that they're still requiring masks even to go into the stores and stuff like that. So thank you, Sarah, Steve, for your leadership, and then also your health department staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Fowler.
Hooray for the quiet that nobody notices team. Every day we wake up and we say, man, I feel good. That is prevention of disease. Our water is clear. We can shower and we can drink the tap water. We can go to a restaurant and eat without wondering if that food is good or not. Who in the world is back there making sure that these are all clean and well, good for us? And we can play, we can go to work and prevent a fall, prevent all these injuries, and making sure that we're all healthy in every sense of the word. even in the environment, you're flying over and making sure that, all the air and you're dropping little things so that, nothing, the animals don't spread disease. I mean, who has all of that? And there, you have many tools. I just sure thank you. You're everywhere without being noticed. You're the silent soldiers that are out there, making sure that an individual stays safe, a community stays safe, and talk about a thankless job because nobody notices you. You're out there doing the inspection, making sure that we're all safe in every sense of the word, wherever we are, you're even testing the little tiny little mosquitoes, and giving us warnings. There's mosquitoes out there. I mean, I just got a bite. Well, anyway, being a little dramatic, but thank you. You are everywhere, even with the bed bugs. Prevention. So thank you. You're not with the bed bugs. You're making sure they're not there.
Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Fowler.
And you're giving us shots to make sure that we're going to be able to wake up in the morning and say, man, I feel great. I'm going to go for a run today. Thank you. I just can't say any more. I just want to thank every one of you. Please thank all your staff and all the volunteers in the community. And now you're really focused on our mental health and behavioral health, right, to our children. It's just a lot. So please take care of yourself. As I said before, be in the moment. Take time out for yourself. Be with yourself. Be with your children and family. This kind of work, you can really neglect yourself because you have so much heart. You're driven to help people, and a lot of times you forget yourself. And it creeps up on you, and you don't realize you're doing that. So take care of yourself, and we thank you on behalf of all of Coconino County and throughout the country, everywhere you are. You're not just within Coconino County, you're all over the place. So thank you so much for all your work and making sure that we're safe. Thank you. And educated too. We have to get educated on a lot of things. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, and Kim, I know now is not the time, but hopefully we'll get an update. I understand there's going to be an announcement on the vaccines and another booster coming up. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We are waiting on some final information about, there's still some things in the works and what they're looking at rolling it out. But when we have that information, we will be sharing it. We'll also be sharing some information just where it currently sits and making sure people are clear about, which booster you should have had and when, and then as things change, absolutely. The COVID work, as was said before, it will continue. We have a team still continuing to do that work. And we have teams doing all sorts of other work to be hopefully preventing additional pandemic related things and other work. And I just really appreciate all of you and your advocacy. And Supervisor Fowler, I think you're like, we need to make you our little PSA announcement today, because you were nailing almost touching every little corner we do. So thank you. And thanks to all of you for being so supportive of us and HHS and all of the work that we do. We really appreciate it. And you're part of the reason that we're able to get our message out. And we really need each of your help doing that. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Kim. And thank you to your team. And Candace and Sunshine, thank you for joining us this morning. So, all right, members of the board, we are moving along. That was a long proclamation list and important proclamations for our community. Our next item of business is the consent agenda. Members of the public, consent agenda are items that are more administrative or ministerial in nature. They can be undertaken through one single motion or one single vote of the board. These are not items that are open for discussion. And so at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues on the board if there are any items that they would like to remove from the consent agenda for individual discussion and for individual motion and vote. So any items to remove from the consent agenda this morning? I would like to remove item number 7, just so that we can hopefully can talk about the individuals who are being appointed to the Workforce Development Board for a 2-year period. So I'd like to remove item number 7 from the consent agenda. Any other items to remove from the consent agenda? If not, at this time, I would undertake a motion to approve the consent agenda items 4 through 15 and removing item 7. Do I have such a motion?
So moved. Thank you for removing item 7.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda exclusive of item number 7, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. And so now we're going to move to item number 7. And this is consideration and possible action to approve and appointment of Diana White, Executive Director of Moonshot at NACET, and Valerie Kelly, Vocational Rehabilitation Supervisor of the Arizona Department of Economic Security, to the Coconino Workforce Development Board for a 2-year term expiring on March 16th, 2025, and reappointing Kay Loam for a period of April 16th, 2023 through April 16th, 2025, and Seth Griegar for a 2-year term expiring on January 26th, 2026. And I'm going to turn this to the county manager, and I also see Billy Francis is with us.
Thank you,
So
Madam Chair. I will hand it directly over to Billy Francis. We have with us today, also on the Zoom, is Kay Liam, who is one of the candidates for renomination. And then I don't believe I saw the other candidate, but Billy, I'll turn it over to you to introduce the individuals and take it from there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, County Manager and Board of Supervisors. As you know, over the last year, we've been trying to build our local workforce development board, and we're excited about the opportunity for some very important members of our community to want to be a part of the movement that we're doing here in Coconino County. Today we have on the call is Kay Lim, and Kay served on our local workforce development board in a very important capacity for us as an educational provider with being with Coconino Community College. She serves as resources as we try to provide high wage, high demand occupations and training for the individuals of Coconino County. And so Kay, I'll turn it over to you if you have anything that you would like to say at this time.
I don't know that I have a whole lot to add, but I have enjoyed serving to this point. I know that my role is through Coconino Community College, but I also feel I can help represent areas outside of Flagstaff, since I work and live in Page, which I think is an important component as well. And of course, in the work I do with Coconino Community College as the Executive Director of Extended Learning, get a good grasp on the needs of the workforce training in our communities around Coconino County. Thank you, Billy, Madam Chair.
thank you, Kay, for serving. So really appreciate it. Billy.
And to touch very shortly on the individuals that are joining our board, Ms. Diana White with NACET serves as the Executive Director. She will be coming in on our business sector of our local workforce development board, which is 51% of our local workforce development board. She will give us better insight on entrepreneurship and small businesses for Coconino County as we work on developing. And Ms. Valerie Kelly also allows us to fulfill another important part of our local workforce development board, as we're required to have a Wagner-Pizer partner from the Department of Economic Security. So having her join our local workforce development board allows us to just remain in compliance in that department. I turn it back over to you, County Manager, and thank you so much, Board of Supervisors, for this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Billy and to the candidates. Kay, Kay and I work together at community college. She's a fantastic ambassador. to all of our folks up north. And so, Billy, did you have something else to add?
I do see Valerie Kelly on the call.
Oh, good. Valerie, if you want to come online. And,
Sure.
and Billy, why don't you go and reintroduce Valerie again?
And so Board of Supervisors, Valerie Kelly will be serving with us as our Title III partner on our local workforce development board. This is a required partnership with us with the Department of Economic Security, and Valerie will be serving in that role. So Valerie, if you have anything you would like to say, I turn it over to you.
Just thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be part of the board. Looking forward to it. This is my first actually county meeting, and it's very interesting. I like it. I've been working for the vocational rehabilitation this is my 6th year. So I've been with vocational rehabilitation. I have an office in Flagstaff and I have an office in Page. So I commute back and forth sometimes. So thank you again. Thank you for the introduction, Billy. And I'm looking forward to our first meeting.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you, Valerie. Thanks for joining the board. Really appreciate your service. So
Thank you.
members of the board, at this time, what I'll do is I'll entertain the motion and a second and a vote and then take comments. So do I have a motion, Supervisor Fowler?
Then we'll make comments after.
Yes, we'll make comments after.
All right, I'm so moved.
All right, Supervisor Fowler has made the motion to approve the appointments and reappointments of members of the Workforce Development Board as set forth in our agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of these appointments and reappointments, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous, not a surprise, and we certainly thank everyone for their service to Workforce Development Board. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler for some comments, and then the rest of the board.
It's actually a question. Thank you. Billy, thank you so much for finding board members and being able to work on the Workforce Development Board. If you would remind us the makeup of the board, which ones are required, what positions are required to be on the board, and which ones are appointed from is it the district, or who identifies these board members to be on the board? Is it the Board of Supervisors that recommends them? Is it the county manager, or the individuals themselves say, I want to be on the board, and that's how they get on the board? What's that selection process as well?
Great question, Supervisor Fowler. So the Board of Supervisors are the ultimate decision on who is on the local Workforce Development Board. But how these individuals are identified is our current local Workforce Board members that represent businesses, education, nonprofit organizations within our communities. They go and they recruit out in their communities and they bring them back. Basically, what we do is we vet those individuals to see if they would be a good fit for our local Workforce Development Board. At that time, we bring them to the local Workforce Development Board, and they vote on them just to make sure that they believe that they would be a good fit for the local board in our area. At that time, we present them to you as the Board of Supervisor, and you make the final decision as the Board of Supervisors on whether or not they will serve a 2-year stint on the Coconino County Workforce Board.
Yeah, and we are just a stamp that you all have approved them by the time it gets to the board. We don't have we're not involved in the beginning process.
No, ma'am. So they're not approved until like the meeting today. Basically, when we present them to you, we said that they've checked all the boxes in order to serve on the local Workforce Development Board, and we're asking for your approval. If at any time you are to say that they are not approved in this meeting, they would not be on the local Workforce Development Board.
And which positions on your board are the required positions by the law that they have to be on that particular is there a particular positions that must be on the board?
Yes, ma'am, there is. 51% of our local workforce development board has to be business owners. They have to be CEOs and policymakers.
Does that include self-employed, or is that like brick and mortar business?
That includes self-employed, small businesses, and brick and mortar. They just have to be, they have to have ultimate policy making, hiring decisions in their company to be in the 51% business. And then 20% has to be nonprofit and local entities. And so that's your Boys and Girls Club, that's your educational providers, your community colleges, things of that nature has to be 20%. And then there goes into a list, Supervisor Fowler, of different position that has to be, like we must have economic development. We must have someone from Title III, like you have Ms. Valerie Kelly. We must have someone from Voc Rehab. We must have chief elected officials represented on the workforce board. So it goes into specific things that builds the board out after that 50%, 51% and that 20%.
Okay, so
I was going to comment, Madam Chair, but I didn't want to take away from the Supervisor Fowler's comments.
no, go ahead, Steve.
Madam Chair, and to the board members, a practice that has been here at the county is that when nominations or individuals from the community have been identified for potential committee assignment or board commission, et cetera, we do make sure that those individuals have the opportunity to meet from the board member whose district they will be representing. And so we will make sure, if we've not already done so, that when we do receive nominations or individuals through the workforce development community, that we will make arrangements for those individuals to meet with board members. So the board members have the opportunity to get to know the person, the representation, et cetera. And so we can align that without any comments.
And
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, Billy.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Billy, I think it's wonderful to get the information presented to us, and it looks like we have some excellent appointments and reappointments to the Workforce Development Board. And I also really look forward to your annual, but certainly anytime information when you present the Workforce Development Board and the work that you're doing and what you're doing on behalf of Coconino County. It's hard all the time to keep up on what our various departments and boards are doing, and we certainly appreciate the work you've done. I know you and Supervisor Fowler and Vice Chair Vasquez were just back in DC for a conference on workforce development, and sorry I wasn't able to attend, but it sounds like it was excellent. And I always look forward to the information that you provide. I see you just provided us a video, and thank you for that. Other members of the board like to make some comments on this?
Madam Chair, I'm not done.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, I'll take it back to you.
So thank you, our county manager. These appointments, when they are, if we're going to be approving them, it would be good for us to meet the individuals before they are on our board agenda, because we don't have time to have a meeting with them to find out how they're qualified or how they're selected. We don't know that process. And yet we're supposed to have some kind of input, but we really don't have input, because it comes when on our consent agenda, where we usually, our consent agenda is where agenda items are in the consent agenda when we're already been briefed on a lot of these agendas, these items. And that's where we have an opportunity to pull these items and be able to ask more questions should we need more but usually we've gone through them. But in this case, we had not done that. So anyway, I just appreciate your work. Workforce development really has an impact, and doing a lot of activities with the businesses in our community, with the workforce in our communities, and even youth workforce. So I think it's really important for us to be more involved, and really appreciate your work, Billy.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other supervisors? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Billy, for bringing us to our attention and helping appoint these folks to the Workforce Development Board. Going to the conference in DC really showed the possibilities, and really it was very encouraging, and I know we're going in that direction. And so I look forward to working with the board and these new appointees moving forward to help create a strong workforce development pipeline in our county. And having seen what can be done is really important. Sometimes you don't know what you can do if you haven't seen what are the possibilities. And that's what this conference did, at least for me. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out as we move forward, now that you have more support on the team, and we continue to build this pipeline that we want to build to build workforce in our county. So thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for all these appointees for volunteering to be part of our Workforce Development Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Billy for all the efforts that he's done to fulfill these vacancies. It's so hard to find people that are willing to help, and so I'm really glad that you brought these names forth with Steve, and I think we as board members, we have to be real careful about really getting into micromanagement, if it is, that's the reason why we have a organizational chart, and we also have let the staff do their work and then bring it to Steve. I'm pretty sure he makes sure that they're not they're doing everything they can by the book, like the 51%, the 20%, all these other areas that need to be filled. So I just want to say that I'm glad that the positions are filled. And, we just need to be involved, possibly more at the conference.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. I don't know if you were just cut off there or not, but
I just did want to say that we as boards should be, I'm glad that we're getting involved in, conferences or other meetings so that we can better understand one another. And so, and to try to, make recommendations to Steve, and then he can go ahead and go from there with what he needs to get done if he feels like it needs to. So I'm thanking all the staff, everyone, for the staff, but that are, and then the people that are willing to help us in this regard. So it is really hard to find people that are willing to take part in these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, County Manager.
Thank you. So the Workforce Development Board is not a board that is brought together by district. At the same time, so what we will be doing is, when we do have nominations or individuals that have been vetted through the process, through Billy's community individuals, what we're going to be doing is providing the information to all the board members that we have an individual who is being nominated for this opportunity, and we'll be communicating this to both you and your district directors, so that the district directors can make appointments for individual board members to visit with the nominees. Because again, this is not a by district board. It's made up of the sectors that Billy mentioned. And so we'll make sure that happens, so that all board members have the opportunity to visit with members that are going to be going through the process for eventual placement on the agenda. So we'll certainly start doing that. Share feedback from board members.
Yes, thank you, County Manager. And I actually look forward to hearing from Vice Chair Vasquez and Supervisor Fowler at a later time about the meeting back in DC. As I said, they had space for two, and I was appreciative of Supervisor Fowler and Vice Chair Vasquez going back there on behalf of Coconino County. So, and Billy, we look forward to your update to the board here too on what the Workforce Development Board is doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you to Billy and Kay and Valerie and others that are on the board. It is a lot of work, so just want to appreciate them just stepping forward and working with us. So thanks again, Billy.
Thank you, guys.
All right. And with that, and thank you, Billy and gang, for joining us and for the work you do. And we're going to move ahead. And members of the board, we do have a couple consent agendas listed under the Flood Control District. So we must resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And with that, we do have 2 items on our consent agenda. We also have with us the Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani. Members of the board, this is consent agenda items. However, as I indicated to the public before, these are more administrative or ministerial in nature. Therefore they are on the consent agenda. They are resolved through one vote, one motion and one vote, and no discussion. So at this point, if we do want items for discussion, we should remove them from the consent agenda. Does any member of the board want these items removed from the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to remove for just a brief presentation, just an overview. Thank you.
And which item? I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
Both items.
All right, we are removing.
16 and 17.
We don't have a consent agenda. We are removing items 16 and 17. And I think that's appropriate under the circumstances here. The first item is consideration of possible action for approval to apply for and accept an Emergency Watershed Protection Program grant from the Natural Resources Conservation Services for $27,326,776.44. Project to engineer and construct flood mitigation measures in the government take flood corridor. And it goes on for the total project cost. The district is responsible for providing a match of the total project construction costs. And it provides that our flood control district administrator, Lucinda Andriani, has the authority to sign the application and the acceptance agreement on behalf of the flood control district. And I'm really glad, Supervisor Fowler, that you removed both of these. I had a problem with 16 as it's stated in the agenda, because I think it's confusing at best. And so I think it is important for us to turn this over to Lucinda Andriani for her to explain what item 16 is and what she's looking for in terms of a recommendation on a motion for the board. So Lucinda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly I'll review what the decision, is requested for today, but in terms of the actual language that was provided by the county attorney, and I'll let Monique speak to that. But today what we're bringing forward is we applied for specifically for flood mitigation efforts within the government tank watershed. That is, and watershed and neighborhoods downstream. This is specific to the neighborhood flood mitigation measures within the government tank flood corridor. We applied to NRCS last, believe it actually application went in late August, early September. And this is for flood mitigation measures, again, within the government tank flood corridor. That area basically is the area furthest to the south in the overall Schultz pipeline flood area. It's south of Campbell Avenue. This is the area that had flowed into and created a tremendous amount of impact in the North Fork area there and west of Highway 89, and then flowed across Highway 89 through Johnson Ranch and then into Doney Park. There's actually 2 flow paths out of this very large watershed that was highly compromised by the pipeline fire, significant burn on very, very steep slopes. Even though frankly, that are a great distance away from these neighborhoods, the water's flowing through these neighborhoods and creating a significant impact all the way through down to Silver Saddle in Doney Park. So this is a really critical project. We were very pleased to work with NRCS and secure, the total amount, which is shown here, just a little over 27 million. That incorporates both as outlined here within the staff report, the construction dollars, of which the construction dollars, 75% is provided by NRCS with a 25% match from the flood control district. And then in addition, we are securing a certain amount of funds for technical assistance. That's to cover the costs of the engineering, or we hopefully will cover all the cost of the engineering and the pre-construction type costs associated with the NRCS project. So this is again an emergency watershed protection program grant. And again, we're very excited to move forward with this. This has been a very, very hard hit area. So with this, it says application. The reality is we actually applied months ago and it was approved. Then, as you well know, we had to wait until Congress actually appropriated the money to the EWPP program, which was done right before Christmas. President approved that legislation, the omnibus bill, and then we had to go through the OMB process, and we're getting the agreement from the NRCS to now move forward with these projects. So if you approve today, it gets returned to NRCS, they sign it, and it's returned back to us, which means that we can then start the process, the engineering, continue the engineering process, and begin to move forward with that process under that grant process. It's a reimbursable grant, so we expend the funds and then we're reimbursed. We were also very fortunate to have received money from the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, DFFM, at the state level for the match dollars. So we have received a grant for the match dollars, and that will be reimbursed as we go through this, through the process as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any specific questions. Thank you.
And Lucinda, just for clarification, so what you're wanting for us today, we've already applied, and it's to accept the Emergency Watershed Protection Program grant from the Natural Resource Conservation Services for flood mitigation in the government tank corridor. Is that correct?
Correct. And the authority for me to sign that agreement.
Okay. And in terms of that match, that is not something at this time you're asking. I mean, we had to acknowledge that when we applied, but you are not asking for our vote on that today. Is that correct?
Correct. What will happen is once we get the agreement back from NRCS signed, then to be able to make those funds available to begin to expend those funds, frankly, this is more of a budget process. It is a budget process. We would come back with a budget adjustment when we need to begin to expend those funds and get approved by the board of directors to be able to then expend those funds that were then, have been allocated by the NRCS and so forth. So, but yes, you approve the match when you approve the application. So.
Thank you. And Supervisor Fowler, do you have some comments or follow-up?
Yes, when we have, because these are so complex, the projects, and I know there's an order of approval for all of these. When a grant comes in, there's this approval, there's a process that you have to go through. And but at the same time, though, the projects are very complex. So it would be really good to be able to show the map every time we talk about these projects. Because, the government tank is way up here and there's these flows, but not everybody can follow all of the, Campbell and you know, we're trying to in your head, you can really see it because you're
Right, we're in it, right.
yeah, but when you're not really in it all the time, you know, I think it's really good for what we, this is a public meeting, it's also as part of public education. And that's why a lot of times we ask the question that we ask, even though we know the answer, we ask it on behalf of the public. So I think it's really good to always show the map as to what projects we're talking about. So these are huge dollars that are going to be going into these mitigation projects. And so this is one step of many steps that we're about to take. So maybe even a timeline might be really good to say we got this on this day, now we're here. The next one we're bringing is here, you know, because I had to call you and say, okay, I think I understand, but I think I'm totally confused here.
No, we'd be happy to. In fact, I have an illustration being developed right now by our graphic support person that will show what projects we're moving forward with this spring. And then as we develop those projects, we will be adding to that illustration over time. So I will have that available for the future efforts. And certainly there are a lot of steps, and you know, it's a process, because as we move through these, there are different pieces of work that have to take place. We have to hire a contractor, you know, there's all the processes that go along. So you're right, it is a complex process. So
plus these are many projects. Sorry, Madam Chair, but I just want to move on. There are several projects in here, and each of those projects have their own timelines. You know, it starts on this day, and we're hoping that we're going to be done on this day. You know, those are frameworks that it looks like we're just approving. You know, we're just approving these huge dollars without really really dissecting as to where those dollars are going to go. But at the same time, though, you know, we do get updates, and we just want to make sure that I think for the public, it's really important. I know we're having, like, in the impacted areas, there are meetings taking place. But this is a county board of supervisors meeting where people from around the county do come in and listen in. So for the purpose of education for all those that are from outside of these impacted areas, I think it's really good to somewhat elementary go through and just do a little summary and say, this is where we're at. And that would be my recommendation on these.
Yeah, we can certainly do that going forward. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Otherwise, Judy, I'm sorry, Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I just want to thank Lucinda, you know, for sharing everything with us a few meetings back, and all the maps that you had for us. And I think that, you know, really explained this $27 million that we were looking at. So I know that, you know, we just, as board, I just get updated now and then, you know, that's good information. And so that we are aware. I think the other thing is letting the people know in the area what's going to be happening, maybe publicity papers or something, letting them know that this is going to be coming up, so that I know they're going to be calling our offices here. And so we just need to let them know. So otherwise, thank you for all the hard work, and then for the staff that have been really involved in this whole effort. And certainly, you know, it's going to take a lot of people just to work at it, you know, to get it done. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And in the other comments, and Lucinda, you might want to just mention, I know you and Vice Chair Vasquez will be at a community meeting coming up where this will be discussed. You may want to mention that, and then I'll turn this over to Vice Chair.
Yes, tomorrow evening, we will be meeting with the Brandis flood corridor area. So that's a meeting specific to the Brandis flood corridor. and reviewing the plans for improvements within that corridor with those property owners. So it's 6:30 tomorrow night at the East Baptist Church.
Yeah.
And again, it's solely for that. We won't be discussing any of the other corridors.
So those community meetings have been really helpful. So
Yeah, these are critical. It's really important that people understand what's being done, why it's being done, that we've conducted the no adverse impact analysis, that, you know, they are able to see the mitigation measures, the results of the no adverse impact analysis, and understand, frankly, what we can do and what we can't do within the constraints that we have. It's important that they understand that.
Thank you, Lucinda. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation, Lucinda, and I concur with Supervisor Fowler that we do need graphics, because like those of us that live and breathe this stuff that have been going to all the meetings, it makes sense. But for community members where they're hearing it for first time, it's just a lot. There's so many different corridors that we're talking about that it can be confusing for the community. And I think that as we're going through this process, it's really important that the community understand why we're doing which corridors in which order, because it's so large that we have to take it into small chunks and do it piece by piece with the window we have. And so I think that our plan is a good one. It makes sense why we're doing Wapaki Trails and Brandis first, and then moving on to other corridors. You know, but I think it's important that we continuously send that message to our community so they understand that we're not picking favorites. We're not choosing one corridor over the other. We're doing this because of the ease to get shovel in the ground to do what we can during the window that we have before the next monsoon to have the biggest impact. And so, again, I appreciate the presentation and just wanted to add that, you know, it's really important that the community understand that we're doing this as the way to get the most bang for our buck in the small window of time that we have to prepare for the next monsoon season. So again, thank you for all the hard work from your team, and look forward to seeing these projects get done. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for articulating that, because that is really important. Basically, those two corridors are going now because we have mitigation measures there now. We can largely operate under an existing set of NEPA, although we do need some additional NEPA work done. But it's much, much less than the corridors where there was no mitigation done prior. So we're trying to, again, leverage every opportunity that we have to move as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, unless there's some other comments, I would love at this time to entertain a motion to approve the application and acceptance of an Emergency Watershed Protection Act program grant from the Natural Resources Conservation Services for $27,326,776.44, project to engineer and construct flood mitigation measures in the government tank flood corridor, with the understanding that there will be a match, and to authorize FCD Administrator Lucinda Andriani to sign the application and acceptance agreement on behalf of the Flood Control District. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
That we approve that as read.
We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Gay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous, and Lucinda, let's get this done as quickly as we can. So
We're running, believe me, the running shoes are getting worn out already. And then with item 17, just to explain what this is,
you go ahead and read it real quick, Lucinda, for the community.
sure, I can certainly do that. Thank you. Consideration and possible action to approve a budget authority and expenditure limit increase to the Flood Control District in the amount of $15 million for the on-forest mitigation efforts related to the Schultz Pipeline flood area for fiscal year 2023.
Thank you.
So as you will recall, you know, we brought forward now a little over a month ago an agreement from the U.S. Forest Service to provide $42 million in funding for watershed restoration measures on Forest Service property. And that was approved by the board. I signed it. It goes back to the Forest Service. We always sign first. The feds always sign second. Then they signed. We received that back now last week. And so that in effect, they have provided the 42 million towards the 9 watersheds on which we will do watershed restoration measures. Now what we're asking for is that money has been allocated by the Forest Service, and there is no match involved in that. So you're aware that now what we're doing is asking for the ability to spend that this fiscal year so that we can begin to construct those measures. And the measures that will be constructed with this 15 million are the on-forest measures in the Wupaki Trails watershed, which is known as Lennox, the Brandis Way watershed, which is known as Thames, the Campbell watershed. We're doing some improvements in Campbell and the 2 paintbrush watersheds that were constructed post Schultz, but we're making some improvements in those watersheds so they're more effective at reducing sediment, slowing down the water. And then also in the Schultz Creek watershed, though we'll be conducting measures in that watershed as well, which flows in to the city of Flagstaff, into the area there at 180 near community development that we saw the impacts last year, the Schultz Creek flood corridor. So these measures, though, will all be on forest. We're only allowed in that case, and we have received the NEPA approval for that portion of the burn area. The lower portion of that watershed will be constructed. Those measures will be constructed. That alluvial fan will be restored this spring in support of mitigation downstream that the city is employing. They, as everyone's aware, they have constructed a detention facility at the Schultz Pass, Mount Eldon Lookout Road Y. It's called the Y. And they constructed a detention facility. This work on forest will reduce the sediment going into that basin and downstream measures that the city is planning for that flood corridor. We are only constructing the lower portion of those planned improvements within the watershed in this spring, because the upper portion is within a spotted owl area, and we will not be able to go in and construct in that area until this coming fall. So we'll get what we can get done this spring, the lower area, and then come back next fall and complete. So that this is basically the ability to spend the money that the Forest Service is providing. And again, it's a reimbursement process. So
this is a budgetary requirement for us.
Correct. This is a budgetary process.
And that I did not understand. I had a trying to piece it together.
This is typical of any grant, health department, other departments that get grants. We get the grant, then we have to come back and ask for the approval to actually expend the grant. So.
Yeah, even though we get the briefing, sometimes we have a hard time putting the puzzle together.
Yeah, right. It's another piece of the puzzle. You're right.
Yeah.
We have, as a county, have been so amazingly successful in getting the $90 million for flood mitigation work from the federal government and departments. And it's tremendous amount.
Yeah, it's huge. This is huge.
For a tremendous amount of work that needs to get done over a large area, as Supervisor Fowler has indicated. And there's a lot of moving parts to it. So
there are.
We appreciate your keeping us up to date on it, and to letting us know what is what as we move forward. We want to make sure it's done right, needless to say. So any other questions, or I would entertain a motion to approve a budget authority and expenditure limit increase to the flood control district in the amount of $15 million for the on-forest mitigation efforts related to the Schultz pipeline flood area for fiscal year 2023. Do I have a motion? Vice
So
Chair,
moved.
do I have a second?
Second, and thank you, Lucinda, to you and team.
And a second from Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous and it's passed. And thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And I just want to also note that once we get into construction and we're moving forward with the various pieces of construction, I'll be setting up individual tours with each of you so that you can get out and see what's going on and see the work underway.
Good.
If you're interested, of course, but I'd love to take you out and see the construction. So
we'd love to see that, Lucinda, and appreciate your efforts and the efforts of your team, really. And this has taken the efforts of the whole county.
that's absolutely, it has, including you. Thank you so much for your support. I mean, your support in getting this funding has been is crucial, obviously, and working with the congressional representatives and just, that was tremendous that we've been able to do this and move forward.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So with that, we are still the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of returning as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, and we have an item number 18, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a request from the Arizona Board of Geographic and Historic Names for comment from the Board of Supervisors regarding a proposal submitted by Indigenous Youth of Flagstaff to rename Agassiz Peak to Omaki, or Place of the Clouds. And that is before us. And we just received this information. I think it's kind of new to all of us. So I'm going to turn this over to the county manager for explanation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you just indicated, County Board of Supervisors receives requests for input relative to geographic name changes, and that is a role of the County Board of Supervisors. In addition to that, the State Office of Library and Archives is responsible for administering the process, and that is a nationwide process that's used locally within the state and then locally within each of the geographic areas. One of the things that is important, given the significance, cultural, community significance of the requested action, is to get more information from the state board on their community input process. And so at this point in time, Madam Chair, we are going to ask that we table the item with the board's support so that we can get information on what is the process that they're using. I do have a call into the state office to understand who has been contacted and who's been reached out to. So, of course, of particular and important significance is to reach out to all of our Indigenous communities throughout the county, municipalities, cities, and other interested stakeholders. And so in order for us not to duplicate what may have already been received by the state office, we're asking that we table the item, but we are posted for discussion. So it would be appropriate, I believe, to get some comment from board members in terms of other stakeholder groups that we want to make sure are included in the state's outreach plan. And so when I do speak, or when the staff does speak to the state office, that we can mention, that we include additional stakeholders that board members may want us to include in our discussion with the state. So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, thanks, County Manager. And yes, I think that this, when it came as somewhat a surprise, since obviously, although I certainly acknowledge and thank the initiative of the Indigenous Youth Organization, haven't had a chance to meet them, hope to be able to meet the organization. I am certainly not adverse for consideration of a name change. I think that, as we heard when we were talking about Agassiz Street, Agassiz is not an individual who represents really the philosophy of us here in Coconino County. And we also understand the Peaks is sacred to a number of indigenous tribes and nations. And I think it's important that we hear from them. It is also a place that has great geographical and historical significance. And quite frankly, is a place of importance and sacredness to many people across Coconino County. So as you said, I think it's important we hear from people. We get the information out and we hear from members of the public on this. And I'm not sure what role exactly we play as a Board of Supervisors. I'd like that clarified, and would like to know who really is applying for this and who has the authority to make the name change, and what's our role. So and we need to, of course, get the marketing and information out to the public so we can hear back from everyone who lives here in Coconino County, and also from the indigenous tribes and nations that call the Peaks sacred and have a significant relationship with the Peaks. So with that, any other comments or questions on this from other members? Personally, I think this is premature and we should table it and allow us an opportunity to look into this further. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I agree. I think this is a conversation that our community needs to have, and I think this is something that we need to consider. However, it's a little too soon to actually vote on it and make a decision on what we're going to do, considering that we've just been given this information, and we need some time to have some conversations, both with the organization suggesting it and some of our other community partners and some of our different tribal nations, to see what kind of support there is for this. So that way, when we do decide how we move forward, we can do it completely with a complete understanding of the whole picture. And so that way we can make a decision that will benefit the majority of our community. Like I said, I am in support of in principle of what's trying to do in terms of changing the name. I would just like us to go through the process before we make that decision on what Coconino County is going to do for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Agree wholeheartedly. Other members? If not, I'm sorry, Supervisor Begay.
Just basically that I agree with the comments that has been made. I think it's important that we get people that out there that to make comments if they wish to, and then the proper procedures in getting a name change, and to what extent we are involved in, and what authority we may have. Just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to see that our young generation are getting involved and saying, giving and taking action. That's so important, to educate yourself, get involved, and be involved in your community and stand for what you believe. And that is really wonderful. But we also have to do it collectively, and to see who else is out there, to find out, this is a major landmark for all of the indigenous people. And so it's really important for everyone's voice to be at the table, and others that live here, not that everyone that is living in the area in our region. So thank you so much for bringing it forward, and thank you for having it brought to the board, but we need to know our own process as well. So thank you so much, and really appreciate this coming to the board, and come to know that there's the youth, indigenous youth of Flagstaff is wanting to has already taken action and really moving forward on things. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And at this point, given the comments made by my colleagues, I would entertain a motion that we table this item and that we reach out for further information from the Arizona Board on geographical and historical names. And if this is time specific, that we let them know that we believe this needs to be that this needs to have community outreach and community information before any action can be taken. That would be my recommendation, members of the board. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, so it is tabled with a reach out to geographical and historical names and letting them know we believe there needs to be more input. So from the public. So thank you so much. And with that, we are moving on. And this is a consideration of possible action to approve the award of the American Rescue Plan Act funding in the category of community funding COVID-19 supports for eligible governments to the city of Flagstaff in the amount of $83,247, the Highlands Fire District in the amount of $46,043, and Tuba City Chapter in the amount of $25,000, and to authorize the county manager to sign all agreements related to this award. And I believe that this is being turned over to our Deputy County Manager, Sue Brown, to present on this issue. So Sue, welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I appreciate your time this morning. The item that was before you is the finalization of a lot of work that began over almost 2 years ago on the award of our ARPA funding. And Esler, would you mind sharing the quick PowerPoint?
Hi, Sue, it's Todd. I can help. Sure, he stepped out.
If you could share that, I'd appreciate it.
You see that?
Yep, there it is. If you could back it up a little bit, it's not at the beginning.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
There we go.
And next slide, please.
Are we at one now?
Yes, could you
go to the next? Sorry. Yes.
So if you all recall, and I'm sure you do, our journey through ARPA, that the Board of Supervisors, that you set aside $5.1 million of ARPA funds for community-based projects. We put out an RFP, went through an RFI process first, where we solicited information from Coconino County communities, jurisdictions, and nonprofits on the needs they see in the community related to COVID-19. Next slide, please, Todd. The RFI process identified 5 categories of service-based needs, and these were the same categories in general that we had talked about, that our research had said were very key in terms of COVID-19 impacts throughout the community. So we refined the 5 categories down to actually 6 categories. The first 5 were behavioral health, business supports, housing, support for vulnerable populations, and workforce development and education. You'll remember that we combined those 2 based on the input that we got from the community. We did issue the request for proposals last summer, and the awards were made in early fall for over $4.6 million in programs and projects. And I'm happy to say that those contracts are out, and our partners are working on those ARPA projects and programs. Todd, could you go to the next slide, please? There was one last category, which is COVID-19 supports for eligible local governments. It was identified in the RFI and also through direct requests we received from local jurisdictions. They found that their funding capacity for expansion of some of their programs and from some infrastructure needs that they had was depleted during COVID-19. And they identified that they could use some small amounts of money to do some critical projects. The allocation remaining after the RFP allocation was about $476,000. We got 3 completed local jurisdictions responding to that RFI and also directly. Next slide, please, Todd. The 3 jurisdictions that did complete applications were the city of Sedona, and they are working on an emergency evacuation and reentry plan. And the amount identified for that project was $83,247. the Highlands Fire District that had a capital project they'd had to defer because of costs related for staffing during the COVID-19, staffing and overtime during COVID-19 response. Theirs was a fire station infrastructure project for $46,043. And then the Tuba City chapter is working to put together funding for construction of a warehouse distribution center. And they asked us for assistance in that construction. And they had a sliding scale of amount. And our recommendation, Madam Chair, members of the board, is that that award to the Tuba City chapter would be $25,000. And I think that's probably our last one. So Madam Chair, we are asking for award to these 3 local jurisdictions based on the merit of their applications. They do comply with U.S. Treasury requirements for ARPA funding. And we believe that they all have merit. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to take questions.
All right, thank you so much, Sue, for the overview. I know we've gone through this and gone through it and gone through it. Yeah. But then again, it's always important to give a reminder and to take a look at this. So this is kind of the last chunk of our ARPA funds. And I know that it will leave still a balance. And I also know, and we'll be talking about later today, a consideration for the Coconino County Tribal Service Building. And we might be able to consider putting some of the leftover ARPA funds into that. And I know that's an exciting proposition for the Board of Supervisors to provide a much needed location up on in the Tuba City area for county services. So I appreciate this overview, and I believe you're making a recommendation to the board that we approve it as presented. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair, with one small revision in the early statement reading the motion. You had said City of Flagstaff. That would just want to clarify that is City of Sedona.
Oh, it's the S word, not the F word. Okay.
That's right, Madam Chair. Slight difference.
Sorry about that, reading too fast. Thank
I
you.
see Supervisor Ryan is gone today, so I see.
Boy, will he be surprised. Thanks for that correction.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? If not, I would enter Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, and we provided the ARPA dollars for internal, so that all throughout all the departments, and then external to various programs that is already out in the community. Now it's the local government. So it's just really thoughtfully laid out. Really appreciate that. The Tuba City warehouse distribution, during the pandemic, we had an emergency response team. There was that we all worked together. The Tuba City chapter became the hub, and it always is. There's eight chapters that are within the service area that becomes the emergency response team, and the Navajo Nation also through its programs set up at the Tuba City Fairgrounds, and that's where this warehouse proposal came in, because we had tents out there, and it was it's difficult to work in that environment, and we really worked hard with the local public health, to the elected officials, to the on the ground emergency responders, and all the work, and then all the donations and the funders that were working with that we all worked as a team, and we all determined that a warehouse is really needed in Tuba City that will provide all of the other communities and the Western Navajo be able to have a place and be able to use that as a distribution for all the other communities, not just to the city. So this is really important. So thank you so much for this. You know, we are still working to search for other dollars that for that particular building. And that's a project that is in the works right now. So thank you so much. And I'm glad that other communities are getting their portions too. I know that Highland was very involved, and I mean, how can we? I think all of us were so involved during the pandemic. It seemed like we were all at home, but at the same time, though, we were really working with the local communities on trying to meet the needs there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
All right, if there are any other comments, otherwise I would entertain a motion.
Oh, Madam Chair, Tuba City, Nelson, Cody, and Duran are online. Would they be able to be brought up from the Tuba City chapter?
Absolutely. Supervisor Fowler, I was not given notice that they were going to attend.
I'm sorry, they just text, so I apologize, Madam Chair, but.
Lindsay, can you move over Duran Begay?
And Nelson Cody, they're both online.
Thank you.
These two and the staff at the chapter, we worked so closely together during the pandemic. We were on the phone just about every day and several times a day. And so we work so closely together, not just the Tuba community, but the other communities. So I just want to thank Duran publicly, Duran and Nelson, and just the Tuba City team, the chapter officials. We work very closely with the Tuba, the health departments and the inscription house, the Kayenta, and also Tuba City, and then at the Navajo area office, Rosalind, and now she is the director of IHS. We're on the phone with them just about every day. And Kim and team as well, and NAU team, they were part of this whole team that worked every single day. And I see Duran here. Duran, Madam Chair, if you could recognize Duran. She's the chapter manager.
Duran Begay and Heather, as I understand, Mosher. Is there anyone else? And certainly, thank you for joining us this afternoon, or I think it's still morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. And we do have an item here on funding the Tuba City chapter in the amount of $25,000 to assist in a project that you as a chapter are working on. So if you'd like to address the board, we'd be happy to hear from you, and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair and County Managers, and the rest of you all that are joining in on this county meeting. Good afternoon. My name is Duran Begay, and I'm the Executive Manager for Tuba City Chapter. I also have Nelson Cody here with me. He's our planner for the chapter. And we would just like to express our thank you and our gratitude for the funding of $25,000 for our distribution facility. It'll be a warehouse. We're back to the drawing board about the size, but we also want to make sure that we do fully use all of this funding by the timeline. And we will also, we're going to cost match from the chapter as well. So we're back to the drawing board about the size, but be rest assured that we will spend the money that is granted to us. And I will also like to thank Susan for, getting us into the pool. And I believe it was Chris Pastors too. So we're very thankful to those two individuals. So Lena, you're part of our town too. So I also like to say thank you. And Nelson, do you want to say anything?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for, this 25,000. We have great big plans. And during the pandemic, I just want to point out that the warehouse was a very much needed facility. As Ms. Fowler had mentioned, that the chapter serves 8 chapters normally, but during the pandemic, we were serving about 16. And the sheer size, 5 miles long worth of vehicles coming to Tuba during the pandemic, when the distributions came, the numerous partnerships, the Army Reserve that came to help, the United Way, the people that Lena reached out to, all the entities, local donations that came. Yeah, it was amazing to see the humanity and to see the teamwork. Again, with the Tuba City Regional Health Center providing their workers, and it was an experience to witness, to see everyone come together. So thank you for the grant, and again, we'll use it. And if you want to add another 0 to that, we appreciate that too. So, we're appreciative, and thank you so much. And we hope that we can get that building up here, the county building in Tuba, so that, we are part of the county, and the county is a part of us, and we continue to work together to make the area more livable and, economic sufficient. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, if I may add.
Sure, thank you, Supervisor Powell.
This team is actually 3 tribes. It's all the communities on Navajo, as well as Hopi, and as well as San Juan Southern Paiute. So we work as a team, and this warehouse is crucial for that. So I think Duran and Nelson are pretty modest in just recognizing the Navajo communities, but we have a network that we all work together in that region. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and I want to thank them for joining us. And I apologize, I didn't know you were going to join us this morning, so I appreciate you coming on board and hearing from you. And we're right, you're right. We're all a part of Coconino County, and we appreciate what we can do here in Coconino County to assist in your efforts there in the Tuba City area and across tribal lands. So thank you so much. And I have to apologize here for Heather. Heather, I wasn't sure who all was on this, so I apologize, Heather. Heather, of course, is with the county attorney's office. So thanks. Thank you for understanding, Heather, and thank you for joining us here this morning. So anything else?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Begay.
Duran and Mr. Cody, for being part of our meeting today. As you know, I'm pretty sure that Coal Mine Canyon can also benefit from that, and Tonalea too. And so that we're thinking in those terms, it's a community effort, and you're saying that you serve so many chapters and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you, and for thinking about other chapters and getting, if there's a need that, it could be utilized, by others. So for your planning and thinking economically, I think it's very important, because that's where we're going to have to go, because of less dollars that we are getting from various places. So even pinching in a few dollars, and I'm really grateful that, the county is going to be approving the $25,000 towards the efforts that you are doing. So certainly, all county board of supervisors, they're here and they're ready to help and approve, such things that come to our before us, for approval. So, and it's always in the best interest of our constituents, and they're all out there. And as you know, also that Coconino County is one of the largest counties, so we have to think big all the time. So yeah, for all your efforts and all the work that you're doing, and that, I just want to say good job.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any comments? If not, at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the recommendation to award the American Rescue Plan Act funding in the category of community-funded COVID-19 support for its eligible local governments to the city of Sedona in the amount of $83,247, to Highlands Fire District in the amount of $46,043, and the Tuba City chapter in the amount of $25,000, and to authorize the county manager to sign all agreements related to the award. Do I have a motion?
So move as read, please. Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler has made the motion. It has been seconded by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So thank you very
Madam
much.
Chair.
And thank you, Sue, for overseeing the community funding COVID-19 support portion of our grant under ARPA. So, and thank you, federal government, for giving local government the opportunity to be able to make these awards. So thank you. All right, we have not had a break, and we are going to take a break. It's 12:02, and we have a break until 1:15. We are right on time, County Manager. I want to point that out. So very good. Let's break until 1:15, and the weather has changed again, and hopefully before lunch is over, it's going to change yet again. So see you all after lunch. Take care.
Thank you, everyone.
Siri, are you good? Just checking in on your mic and everything.
Yes, do you mind if I plug in my headset real quick and just confirm that I'm good with my headset on?
Sure.
Thanks. I appreciate you doing that. Knowing all the problems. Okay.
I can hear you. Try that again. Cut out for a second.
Sure, the headset test again?
Yep. I
Okay,
can hear you.
great. Thank you.
Thanks, Siri. Hi, Heather. Is there something that you needed? I see your hand up.
Steve, I think we just got this morning something from Siri on, yeah,
Yeah.
here it is. Good. The slides. Okay, thanks. I found them. Never
Yeah,
mind.
we'll just cover a few slides and will not, I'm sure we will not be taking up all the entire hour, so.
Okay, that's great. So it's already been a long, short meeting.
We had one last week that we can only have so many short meetings a month. We don't know what to do. It's like, oh my gosh, we're done early. It's like, no, actually,
There, and you know what? We didn't get out early.
we actually did. It was like right at 5 o'clock.
Did you? Okay, good. So,
Actually went out a little a few minutes after. So anyway, we'll keep trying.
all right. So I see that we have Supervisor Begay with us. I see Supervisor Fowler is on. Supervisor Fowler, are you back on? And Vice Chair Vasquez, are you both? You wouldn't mind just turning on your camera just for a sec. I see the Vice Chair. Supervisor Fowler, are you with us? There she is.
I am here.
I love that. Thank you. Good. So I should then turn this over to the county manager. It is after 1:15, the time scheduled for us to resume our board meeting. And do we have everyone from the county that we need? We have 4 members of the Board of Supervisors. We are missing Matt, who is taking a sick day today. Anybody that we may be missing from the county? Are we all here? Is Siri with us? Oh, there she is. Siri's here. Then we're ready.
Playing with us by young boy broken music.
Sorry, oh my goodness. I did not turn on Apple Music, Siri, but I can only imagine what happens in your house. So
The Apple products are not allowed in my home.
I totally understand that. So, all right.
Hey,
So
Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
I
you.
can. I can hear you, Steve.
Do you not have audio, Steve?
Steve,
Madam Chair, I think let us exchange places. I'll exchange places with County Manager. And we'll have him here in just 1 second.
well, then I'll have some milk chocolate.
Can you hear me? Okay. I lost audio.
Can you hear us, Steve?
I'm back now. Well, I can't hear anybody here. So I need to make sure. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. I'm back.
All right.
Sorry about that. My audio went down, so
It happens.
it happens. So anyway.
All right, we are 1:15. Everybody is back from this morning. And our next item of business here is continued discussion regarding fiscal year 2024 budget building block. This is the wrap up. And our finance director, Siri Mullaney, is with us here today and will be introducing this item. So Siri, I know you sent us some PowerPoints this morning, so members of the board can check your email, or obviously she has them here. So thank you, Siri, and please take it away.
Madam Chair, I'm actually going to be providing the voiceover today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And Siri will be, and others on the budget team will be providing some more commentary. But again, Madam Chair, this is the continuation of the budget process for the county's annual process of setting the budget. And today is a wrap-up slide. We're going to cover some logistics more than depth in terms of content. We're going to be reserving that for the retreat. Hang on 1 second. Let me close this door.
While he's doing that, would you mind letting me know if the screen share looks okay? It's sharing okay. Thank you.
It does look great.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready to go. The next slide. So the budget building blocks, as you can see on the screen, we began back in January with providing financial information regarding the county's financial position, and that was presented by Siri. Followed by, in February, we provided a compensation update. And that, of course, creates the framework from which we will be providing to the board in the coming weeks, the recommendation for compensation for the fiscal year beginning on July 1st. And then in February, we also had Alan McGuire came and provided a very informative state of the economy update to the Board of Supervisors. Alan has been in front of the county for many years, and we rely heavily on his advice in terms of what's happening regionally, statewide, nationally, as well as internationally. And so Alan was with us in February, also in March, he came in and provided more information and finished up his presentation. We also provided information to the board on the American Rescue Plan update in terms of the investments that the board provided to the community and the status of those pieces. And that was presented by Siri and Kristen. And then currently, we've just wrapped up last week the updates, or the meetings with departments and elected officials. And this provides the opportunity for the departments and elected officials to provide information with regard to budget requests or increments that are being requested. And also, we have gone to creating a different format for the budget materials. And you will see this when we provide the budget books to you next week. The information is being presented in a very consistent manner across all departments. It's also more bulleted and more graphical. And so we hope that the board and others will agree that by transitioning to this new format, it'll provide, again, a better opportunity to go deeper in terms of the knowledge of the different departments. So that material change has been made. Next week, followed by next week, actually, on the 12th, you will be receiving the budget books. And so from the department meetings and the discussions on all the increments, we are compiling all of the material that's going to be going into the budget books. And we're working, finance and budget is working with all of our departments to tie up all the loose ends that go into creating the recommendation packages. I will say that we are striving to have everything wrapped up in order for the budget books to be prepared. And so in order to do that, we're going to be working with departments closely. We may have some of the larger departments where we've got a number of recommendations that are still being discussed. We may be adding to the budget books that you receive on the 12th with additional recommendation information after that date. So again, we're doing our best to wrap up all the recommendation discussions, but we may be coming after that time with additional recommendations for your information. On the 14th, we're scheduled to do a day-long budget retreat, and we'll get to the content of that in a moment. Between April 24th and May 11th, the Board of Supervisors will be meeting with each of the departments and elected officials to go over the budget material. We have asked departments to provide information background in terms of needs, wants, some of the challenges and trends that they're seeing in order to accomplish their missions, and then also to discuss requests that have been made through the budget increment process. We're going to be very focused on time management here, because when we look at in our history and experience with working with departments and elected officials and presenting information to you, we want to balance how much of the information is in front of you with the board book, the written material, with what's being presented through the leadership, but also keeping in mind that in some cases, and probably in the majority of cases, we want to reserve a lot of quality time to discuss the budget requests and the budget increments. And again, time management is going to be very important there, because we don't want to get to the end and say, okay, let's talk about the increments and we only have 5 minutes left. So again, we're very mindful of that and want to ensure that time management is kept focused on that outcome. From there in June 6th, the tentative budget adoption will take place. And once the tentative budget adoption takes place, that basically formalizes the ceilings that have been established in the budget process, and then followed by the final budget adoption on June 27th. And then the rate adoption, the property tax rate adoption will take place in a couple months later on August 15th. So any questions or comments on just in terms of the schedule?
Yes, if I can, Steve, and thank you for this and for the overview. These meetings, these budget meetings, which will for basically 4 days, all day, are all in person. Is that correct?
Yes, and we'll get to the logistics part in a moment. The next slide will go into the location and how we're going to be presenting that.
Then I will wait. Then I'll hold my comments till then. So thank you.
We can go to the next slide. The budget retreat, which will take place on the 14th, Friday, it's going to be held at the mess hall at Fort Tuthill. The agenda will be going through the budget book materials. And so you'll have gotten the budget books a couple of days before. We do not expect you all to absorb it all in that short period of time. But what we're more focused on at the retreat and this particular part is to look at the materials and walk you through the materials, how they've been compiled, how they've been laid out. So it's a matter of just looking at how we've organized materials for you. We'll also be including a 24-hour revenue outlook. And again, things changed. And so while we did provide during one of the budget building blocks, so revenue update and expenditure update, things change because time does that for us. And so we'll be giving you a refreshed revenue outlook as well as an expenditure outlook. And then we want to also remind ourselves, one of the budget building blocks that we presented was the critical need in terms of preserving, protecting, if you want to call it that, the general fund. The general fund is our all fund, is the main fund here at the county that provides core support to all of our functions. And so we want to do some strategy reminders in terms of the fact that, an example, we've had no changes legislatively with regard to what counties can do with revenue. So again, nothing has changed. And it provides, again, a reminder to us that one of the goals is that we make sure that we can preserve and maximize the general fund at the same time, knowing that it is a finite resource. And so we rely heavily on grants and other opportunities to make that happen. And then finally, we'll be doing an overview of budget recommendations. We're not intending to go too deep in that regard because we don't have the opportunity for the departments to be there to discuss the recommendations. That happens when we have the meetings with the departments and the elected officials and the board. So when we have those 2 weeks, that provides the opportunity to go a little deeper. But what we do want to talk about in the recommendations is what goes into making a recommendation. And I know sometimes in the past, we've had discussions at the department board meeting in terms of, well, let's talk more about that recommendation. And what the budget team feels strongly about is that the board needs to know what went into the recommendation, what typically goes into the recommendations that you see before us. And so not only will we be providing this information to you, but also distributing this information to the departments and the elected officials, because those recommendations, we take a lot into consideration in creating those recommendations. And so a little bit more background on what goes into that is the intent of what we'll be discussing at the retreat. Any questions on the retreat that I can answer at this time?
Now I'll ask. So these will be totally in-person meetings, is that correct?
So the retreat is going to be in person. We go to the next. So the meetings that are going to take place the last week of April and the first week of May, they are going to be in person. We're holding them at Highlands Fire Station. This is the one on the fire station as you go to Mountain Air. They have a large community room. One of the reasons, and we're doing that just in terms of a good location that's out in the county. The agenda, well, let me just stop there. So we are going to be doing in person out at Highlands. Presenters will be presenting in person. And then any other team members will be able to connect through Teams audio. So again, the presenters will be in the same room with the board and staff at Highlands. So I'm going to stop and take any questions or comments on this part of it.
So we are, as a board, expected to be there in person for these meetings for at least those 4 days for the times that there'll be presentations. And as one of the things I think would be helpful, I know we did get kind of a schedule that may have already changed. But it would be great for us to know the times that we want to be there. And, you know, the expected time to end, I think, is about 5. So this
Right.
must be the updated version.
And you see what's the schedule is. It, you know, obviously some last minute changes may occur, but you can see on Monday, we're reserving the Monday time to do more budget kickoff. We want to do more information or respond to questions that you may have with regard to the materials. That's reserved for Monday. Tuesday is a regular board meeting day. So we're going to be where we are today, doing the regular board meeting from our offices. And then Wednesday, we're back out and you can, you know, walking through each of those.
Sure. And so where it says not scheduled, we do not need to be there, but you're saying, hey, you know, pay attention to this. We may need to schedule something depending on how the meetings are going, correct?
Well, for Monday, where you can see not scheduled, we do want you to be out at Highlands for that.
At 8 o'clock.
Yeah, at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so how about on Wednesday from 8 to 10:30, which says not scheduled? Do you want us to be there?
Siri, can you chime in on that? Because I need to get some clarification on that too.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for the question, and County Manager Peru. Our intent was to try to give you additional time in your schedule to have meetings or to have some flexibility. So anything in gray, generally that says not scheduled, is open for you to have other meetings or schedule. You'll notice in purple, and I apologize for the colors for anyone who has a hard time with that, but anything in purple is hold for discussion. That's where we would like you to be available, as we may need to slide in or move around depending, you know, if something comes up and we need to move a meeting, or if we just need to discuss something from the prior day. But we will make a determination, as we usually do, the night before, the day before, on if we are going to utilize this time or if we'll release it back to you. And then, so for example, on Wednesday, if we don't have anything for discussion Wednesday morning at 10:30, then we would change our start time to 11 o'clock.
So I stand corrected. So you do have your own time during those blocks.
So, yeah, and it's going to be important just for the board so that there's no confusion of the board members on when we're supposed to be there, when we don't need to be there. So I appreciate that. And where it's gray, we do not need to be present at the firehouse, correct? For the meeting.
Correct, Chair, although we do have lunch grayed out in case you, you know, need to take care of any other type of business. But if not, most days lunch will also be provided out at the fire station so that you don't have to leave, since it is a remote location.
And that was my second question, and it is a remote location. So thank you if you're going to provide lunch for us. So that was the second question. That sounds great.
So I want to go back to Wednesday, the 26th, and you'll see, can you go back to the schedule? Sorry, remain on the schedule. So on the 26th, you see between 8 and 10:30, we do not have anything scheduled. However, I want to remind the board that time we're also receiving a visit from Secretary of State Fontes. And so he's going to be here at 9 o'clock. And so we're setting a separate schedule for that. But just to make sure that while it's not scheduled for purposes of the budget, we do have Secretary of State Fontes's visit taking place on Wednesday, beginning at 9 o'clock, and we're getting details to you.
And that will take place at the county building here. So that's important. So we'll leave from the county building here, meeting with Secretary Fontes and going on out to the fire station. So, okay, good. Any other questions or comments from the board? So this is helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, you can switch back to the next slide. Thanks, Siri. The agenda for the.
I do have a question.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Is there a online virtual option as well?
With regard to for board participation?
Well, for the meetings, the budget meetings at the Highlands.
So they will be able to listen to the audio portion of the discussion. So, but where we're at, we don't have full setup for visual. So they will be able to listen to the audio part of it only. So that is a limitation.
So I guess the question is, for the board to be able to fully participate in the budget discussions, we, the board, need to be there in person, correct?
That is correct. Okay. The agenda for the presentation is, as you can see, department overview, program map, an org chart. This information is printed and inside or in the materials that you'll see: department trends, challenges, and needs, program information, including accomplishments and goals, and then the increment requests and carryovers. Again, as I indicated, we want to be very focused on time management and making sure that the departments we reserve enough time for the board to have thorough discussions on the recommendations. And so you'll see us be very efficient time managers. We don't want to be too strict, but at the same time, we will be signaling departments when they've reached that part in their allotted time where we need to shift over to the budget increment discussion. All the materials that our attempt, and we're working hard to do, is to capture all the materials that you will receive in the budget book ahead of time. What we're avoiding as much as possible, in fact, we're going to be pretty firm about it, is the board members will not be receiving the written information on the day of that from departments. We're asking the same of the elected officials. It's challenging, almost impossible, to get information on a moment's notice and then turn that around in terms of a policy discussion. And so we're going to be fairly firm, if not strict, about no new material to the board on each day. Any questions on the agenda?
Members of the board, any questions?
Okay. And then finally, to the logistics, in person, the presenters will be in person, and the audio portion will be available through Teams. Okay, so again, it's another hybrid accommodation that we're making with regard to the meeting logistics. Okay, next slide. We went over the schedule. And again, this is just an update on the pieces going into the retreat, and staff is here to answer any questions. You can go in and share the screen, Siri, please. Questions, comments, concerns that we want to take into account as we continue to plan the details.
You know, I know this has been an extremely time-consuming process for all involved, and I just want to thank you, Steve, and your team and the staff, and Siri, your team and staff as well on preparing this. This is obviously one of the most important responsibilities that we, the Board of Supervisors, have to our community, and we really appreciate the thoroughness and quite frankly, the concern and care that's gone into this. Yes, we look forward to going through this process and doing making the best decisions we can for our community. So thank you all. You're making our jobs much easier, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? All right, seeing none. We're anything else that we have, Deputy County County Manager Sue Brown?
Yeah, really. It's a dual role. Siri, is there anything or anyone else on the budget? So the budget team, Siri, Aaron, Chris is on here somewhere. Who else is on there? Sue, Andy, Lucinda. I know I'm missing someone. Esler,
Corey.
The discussions with departments and elected officials have gone well. Very good exchange of information. And for us, and I want to reiterate this because it's very important, is that the basis by which recommendations are being made is very important, and not to get too deep in the weeds here, but the elected officials and the professional staff are subject matter experts in the fields that they represent. And so when the requests for budget come to us, we rely heavily upon them to help us prioritize that information. The work that we do with regard to the budget and the finance function is to see how we can make that all work in the scheme of things relative to limited revenue, as well as also statutory responsibilities. And so again, it's a bit of a puzzle that we're putting together. Sometimes pieces fit, sometimes they don't. The departments and elected officials know that there's only so much capacity for us to address community needs. But again, the discussion on the basis for recommendations will be key when we talk about it during the retreat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Questions? Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, it'd be, we go through this every year, and I know this is a year-round process. As soon as we approve the budget, the next year's budget pretty much starts getting laid out and process begins again. So thank you so much for your ongoing budget process and putting and evaluating what the community needs are, because our communities are changing, so services are changing, and just trying to see how to adjust the budget and trying to departments adjusting themselves and programs. I think it's just really, really important. So really appreciate that. When when the presenters come, it'd be really good for them to share their talking points with us, just so that we can really, because it's really important to really understand like how these budgets are going to be used, and then and the locations where the services are being provided. They're usually pretty good at doing that. At one time, when Supervisor Mandy Metzger was on the board, we even went so far as to say what regions are the programs being provided, and how often are they provided, not just a one-time go out there and back. And you remember that, Steve. I think you were here. Oh, your names are switched. You're Susan and you're Steve. Okay, I see. Or maybe that's just a test to see if we're awake or something, paying attention. So anyway, thank you. That would be it would be good, and I really look forward to it. I always think that budget seasons and these meetings, they really I really enjoy them and just hearing all of the programs and the work that is being done out in the communities. So thank you.
Thank you.
And any other comments, questions from the board?
I'll go.
Sure, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. I appreciate all the hard work. I know we've had several meetings, and the going through to all the electeds and really seeing what are the needs in the county, and seeing that full forest vision of what's coming up for this next year is critical. And so really appreciate all the hard work to put it together. And I know there's going to be some interesting conversations, and there might be some hard ones, but at the end of the day, we as public servants are looking to do the best for our county and utilize the funds that we have that have been entrusted to us in the best way possible. And so, as was said, we trust the expert material experts to show us what are some of the options that could be our potentially best option. And so it's a process. And even though 2 weeks is grueling, it's important that we do this. And so just want to appreciate the staff and my colleagues in going through this process, because here we go again, another 2 weeks. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just want to say thank you for all the supervisors and staff that have put the budgets together, and I'm glad that's all completed, and then now we're gonna move forward with it. And I just feel that we're needing to I know the checks and balances are usually done, and that we just need to move on and really go out again and do our jobs the way we're supposed to be doing it. And then and making sure that there's accountability, and there's also on top of that, there's compliance of different dollars that there may be, and I know that's being done, so Siri doesn't let anybody get by with that. But anyway, I just want to say thank you, all staff. You all play a role in this whole budget process, and looking forward to meeting with all the staff again this year. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay, and I really appreciate having the breakdown of our schedule so that we're all informed of what the schedule is and where we're supposed to be and when and what we're doing. I think that's important for the board, and just as a courtesy to our other board members and also to the staff, I think it's important for us to please be there on time, and please have yourself scheduled during the time we are scheduled to be in budget, so that we are all in budget. I understand there may be emergencies that arise, but we really need to try to have this time set aside for us to really concentrate on the budget and to be there on time, and to be there ready to do a tremendous amount of work here for our county and for our communities. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the input, and we'll, again, the next major milestone will be when you receive the budget books on the 12th or thereabouts, and then the retreat on Friday. So looking forward to that discussion.
Thank you. Can hardly wait to the budget book. I hope it comes with wheels, so you can just kind of wheel it out.
They're heavy.
They're heavy.
So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So we're going on. Our next item of business is a presentation and discussion from United Way of Northern Arizona regarding the funding received. And we've been doing these community partners that we have as a county funded, and that provide such important services for our communities here across Coconino County. And we're pleased to be here to welcome United Way of Northern Arizona, to hear from them regarding their program funding and what they're doing to serve our community with that. And I think, and I don't see them, but I understand
We're them up. We're running a few minutes early.
Okay.
So probably if you would want to call just a 5-minute break real quick, we can get folks lined up and get you back on.
Good idea, County Manager. Let's take 5, and hopefully we'll have them on when we come back.
Yep,
Thank you. So members of the board, we're gonna we're way ahead, which is good news. And so to try to maximize our time, we're going to go ahead to number 22, discussion and presentation and discussion regarding the Coconino County Tribal Service Center. And then we'll come back to United Way of Northern Arizona. So I know Tom Hanachek is up. So as soon as I see the rest of the board members back, see Judy Begay is not on, but if you, the rest of the board members who may be on, if you could turn on your camera so I know when you're there, and thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And if you could turn on your Vice Chair. So we're just waiting back for Supervisor Begay, and then we'll proceed with item 22 on the Coconino County Tribal Service Center.
Excellent. I'm just going to throw my presentation up to make sure that it shows up, if that's okay.
That'd be good.
And hopefully you'll all be able to see that.
We do see it. Perfect.
Okay.
And I'll go, I don't know if anybody's seen Supervisor Begay. I'll see if I can find her in the hallway.
There she is, Madam Chair.
All right. Supervisor Begay, we're going to go ahead since we're way ahead, which is good news for us. And we're going to go ahead and do the presentation and discussion regarding the Coconino County Tribal Service Center first, and then we'll circle back to United Way. So Tom is with us and he has his presentation up. So please, Tom, take it away.
Excellent. Sue, did you want to give any intro? Or you want me to just dive right into it?
Madam Chair, as we know, we have received an award of congressional spending, and it's very exciting. It is at the very beginning of this effort. So Tom's going to give you an update on where we are with it. There's a lot of programming to be done, a lot of decisions to be made. So he's going to give you the basics of what we know right now and where we are in the process. Tom?
Excellent. Thank you, Sue. So yeah, Sue mentioned we were the recipients out of 3 of the awards. This was one of the projects that the federal government awarded in addition to the water wastewater at Fort Tuthill, and then some money for emergency management. So this project here is something that we have been talking about since at least that I'm aware in our 2009 master plan talked about a regional service center as a general concept across the board for the organization. And of course, the Tuba City region is a great candidate for it. So we're very fortunate to have received this funding. We're really excited about this project. As Sue mentioned, this is the very early stages of it. And we'll go through, and we have talked to some departments, and we'll kind of go over that today. But really, we have 3 main topics today that we're going to talk about. One is the project overview as we know it now. And of course, again, this is early on, so that could change. We're going to talk about the funding that we received and then potential funding moving forward. And then we're going to talk about potential location options up there in Tuba City. So let me quick project overview. We're looking at for programs and services in this service center. We want to do kind of a one-stop shop. We've all heard that term before. We'll probably hear a bunch moving forward with our facility master plan update. Once we wrap that up and present to the board. But kind of what we're envisioning is a larger building, centralized location for all county services that currently exist up there to be housed in a single location for customers to come and receive whatever services those may be. So departments that we currently have up there are Board of Supervisors, we have elections, we have the Recorder's Office, we have HHS. We have a small spot for the Sheriff's Office, which I'm happy to say that they will be bringing a deputy on board here soon. I believe in the next month or so, which is really good news. And we also explore the possibility of expanding services up there at a very high level with some other county departments. So what that looks like, everybody's kind of spread out at this point. We of course also have Public Works up there, which I apologize for forgetting. Everybody's kind of spread out in different buildings. We have a couple of agreements with the BIA for both the library building where the elections and the recorder are in the basement. We also have Supervisor Fowler's office there in the other BIA building located by one of the water towers there far north of town. HHS is currently operating out of a lease in the business building that's close to where you just turn off. Instead of going south towards Moenkopi, you head north up on Main Street there, and that large complex that holds the subway. So a consolidated service would be great for the location. It would also provide opportunities to provide services to county customers, to citizens, instead of having them come all the way to Flagstaff. They could potentially just do their business directly there in Tuba City. So some of the other departments that we talked to were the courts, which is an interesting concept with the, there's a potential, a very, very high level potential of doing initial hearings virtually. So potentially in this service center, we would have a room with a camera for court customers to speak with court staff remotely in Flagstaff. The same goes for adult probation. They are interested in potentially having 1 day a week service up there, juvenile also. Obviously Parks and Recreation has a presence up there, and we would like to include Public Works in addition to the other departments that already have buildings there. So the overall concept from our high level programming is approximately a 4,000 square foot building. We'll get onto a schematic plan briefly here, approximately 30 spaces. And our original estimate when we were applying for this money from the federal government was right around $2.5 million to execute the project. Basic concept plan here. This rendering is not, we're not implying that that's what it's going to look like. It was just, we're looking at potentially a modular construction with obviously ADA accessible, nice, more modern features, modern finishes on it, and a really good looking building. The image on the left that you can see there is an approximate layout of what it could look on one site. So you see the building there on the left, obviously plenty of parking there, landscape treatments. So just a little bit more of a modern feel. Going on to the schedule of this, right now we anticipate, and I'll go into the federal funding, but we anticipate almost a 2-year project timeline on this from starting today with this presentation. So one of the longest items that you see in there is the federal funding. And then we also have some additional grant funding that we're going to overlap on that we're going to apply for this time next year. And then construction is a very interesting beast these days. Both design and construction takes a fair amount of time. And Tuba City is a location that's remote relative to Flagstaff. So if it takes longer in Flagstaff, it takes a little bit longer in Tuba City. So the congressional directed spending that Sue referenced is a large chunk of the money. It's 1.375, which has been awarded to us. Now we do have to work with the USDA. It's being routed through their Community Facility Direct Loan and Grant Program. They have been amazing to work with, and we're currently preparing all of our documentations to be able to apply for the grant, although it's not competitive for us. It's mainly just a formality to ensure that we check all the boxes and they can funnel the money through that program. They anticipate once we submit our paperwork, we're going to submit our paperwork by the end of April, a 12-month maximum of 12-month timeline to be able to award that money. So before we have that money in hand. So we're looking at May of next year of 2024 before we receive the federal funding. We have also allocated, and it's number 3 on this list here, so I apologize, I'm going to jump around a little bit. ARPA allocation of $320,000. And you will see a general fund increment there of $800,000, which you'll see in the budget this year as an increment request. And that's more of a placeholder. But what we're trying to do, we're working with HHS. There are Arizona Department of Housing Community Development block grants. And one of them, which we're going to apply for next year, about this time next year, is an award of up to $500,000. There's a second pot of money, which are the regional funds, which are available every 4 years. And those are at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. You all will choose where that money is allocated. So there's a potential to leverage some of those funds in addition to the special project grant to potentially offset that entire $800,000 price tag that currently we have programmed into the general fund expenditures. So there is a potential if we are awarded the grants, that we could get this project 100% funded as we currently understand the estimate, which would be a really cool achievement. It'd be pretty special. So jump on here to potential locations. When we originally thought about this project, I thought, what better spot than Louise Yellowman County Park? It's a county-owned parcel. There is a chunk of it on the northern side that was originally intended way back when this park was first designed to actually have a parking lot in it. So it's a relatively flat site. So that was one of the options that we looked at. Again, this is very high level. We haven't gone into too much detail with the site selection yet. Supervisor Fowler also offered that we look at this Navajo Nation parcel, which is right over by Dene College. So in this image here, it's in the upper right-hand corner there. So just Monabi Street's just north of the park. And if you continue over, it's a few blocks down, just a little bit there to the north. So what I'd like to do here is just talk about some of the considerations for the two parcels, and then just open it up for discussion. So there are certain requirements for the USDA grant, and one of them is that we own the property. That is a requirement of the grant. And that's the first sentence here. That's the actual legal language that they sent me. The second thing that's needed is an environmental assessment. And we have currently had one done at the park way back in 2005. We built that park in 2007, 2008. We would have to renew that one, but we would also have to do an environmental assessment on the Navajo Nation parcel also. Another thing that is a requirement is for us to understand the designation of the specific parcel, whether or not it's in a floodplain. We're doing the research on that, and really all that means is that if it is in a floodplain, obviously the construction method that we take and the approach to it would have to be, would consider that designation, and we would also have to hold insurance. So not a huge deal breaker. I don't know yet. It seems to me that both parcels are in a floodplain, but we're verifying that. Some of the other considerations as we move forward discussing this for each site is the access to it. So do we need to think about easements to access the property? Tuba City County Park has access directly off of Monabi Street. The other parcel close to Dene is not 100% sure. It appears to be landlocked, so we'd have to either have access through the APS site up there or the Dene College. The size of the parcels, they're pretty close. The Navajo Nation parcel is 1 acre, and the chunk on Louisiana County Park is about 3/4 of an acre. So a little bit of a difference there. One of the other things that obviously we're all well aware of is stormwater is a very important thing for us to consider. There is existing stormwater infrastructure at Louisiana County Park, which could be a benefit in the site development. The other site, I am unaware if there is any stormwater infrastructure. Both sites will have increased security due to the presence of the sheriff's officer that's going to be stationed there. One thing that we thought was a benefit of the Louisiana County Park site was, I'm sure all of you have heard from Parks and Rec about the amount of vandalism and other issues that go on at the park on a fairly regular basis. And having a more formalized presence there besides a couple of the maintenance folks was something that we thought would be a benefit, not only for the new building, but also for the park property. Another benefit of Louisiana County Park is that we already have existing drawings and we have information, including both the geotech and some drainage there. We also already have utility infrastructure that's existing at the park. I am unaware. I know NTUA is right next to the other parcel, so there may be an opportunity. There may be major utilities that are right there adjacent to the other parcel also, but at this point it's undetermined. Parking capacity, what we could fit on the park is about 30. Obviously we'd be able to make that a little bit larger on the other site due to the size of it, but parking lots cost a lot of money. One of the potential benefits of being at Louisiana County Park would be for overflow. We could use the approximately 40 spots that are already existing on the park parcel, on the park property, if we needed overflow parking. And then one of the other concepts that we have, regardless of the site, would be to share the resources, the existing staffing resources that Parks and Rec has from an operations and maintenance standpoint. So partner with them, potentially increase the hours of the existing employees, and partner with them to have Parks and Rec employees help monitor and maintain the facility up there, and also provide them a place to have an office and to jump on a computer to do their timesheet, or to jump on a computer to do a training, or meet with the rest of the department. So again, not going into too much detail here, very high level, just kind of wanted to get the board's feedback, thoughts, questions, concerns.
So we're at discussion now. Is that right, Tom?
Yes.
All right, I have a question to ask you. Once the funds, I know they've been approved. I know we have them. And again, I just want to have a special shout out to our congressional delegation and to former Representative Tom O'Halloran. I mean, this is such a wonderful opportunity for Coconino County and the board. As you know, during the last board budget session, did declare that having a Coconino County Tribal Service Center was a priority for the board for all the reasons that you've indicated, to be able to provide services more closer to home for many people on tribal lands, especially in the northern part, and so that they won't have to travel as far, and for the Coconino County to have and be able to bring services up there. And then, of course, a secondary one would be for our two county supervisors from 4 and 5, where Tuba City would be much closer to both of them for offices. So it really adds a lot of benefit for all parts of Coconino County. And it's really exciting to see, you know, getting the plans on paper. So I want to thank you for that, Tom. And it's exciting to see the county move forward with this. In terms of the money which is the ARPA funds, or the congressionally delegated monies of 1.375, is there a timeline that needs to be spent by once we receive the funds? And I know we're not going to receive them until May, but is there a time we need to have them spent by?
Yeah, great question. Once we receive funding, we have 3 years.
And then the other is for the ARPA funds. If we choose to put that 320,000 for towards this building, which I'm in favor of. I don't know what the rest of the board feels like, but I think it's a great use of our funds. Is there a time deadline we need for that to be spent?
Yeah, so my understanding is they need to be encumbered or dedicated by December 2024. So it aligns perfectly. And income for us, it would just be under contract with a contractor. Siri, is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So they have to be obligated by December 2024, which is a lot easier on a construction type contract if we were to have that in place. But we can also be creative again with moving eligible funding around to, in effect, utilize the ARPA money towards the project while still holding to the deadlines.
Okay, great. So there is a time factor on this. So as we move forward, that's going to be an important consideration as well. And then in terms of location, I never knew we were looking at another location besides county property. And the only county property I know up there is, you know, the Louise Yellowman Park. And I think you did a good job of kind of doing the kind of the pros and cons, but I think the pros certainly are outweighing of the cons with regards to carrying this forward at the Louise Yellowman Park site, and not the least of which is the fact that it will increase security up there. It'll even have a sheriff substation up there. So I really like that. I really like the idea that this is a county building on county property for county services. So, you know, I'm certainly in favor of us going forward on the Louise Yellowman County Park site, if you're looking for that. And then the other add-on I would say is, you've talked about a 4,000 square foot facility. I would hope that will include a community room, if you will. In other words, something where you can have, 30 people for a county meeting or a county event, or for trainings, or for whatever we choose to use it for. And is that going to be part of this as well?
Yes, absolutely. So, and not only for that, but for to act as a polling place during election cycles.
Perfect.
A larger community room, and we'll have the security envelope so community members could use it without going deep into the building.
Great. And then my last question is, so I assume you've come up with a ballpark figure of the cost for this 4,000 square foot. And so I know I can add up all those numbers, but have you deemed this to be a $2.5 million structure, a $3 million structure? You know, what have you deemed it to be?
Yeah, great question. So we estimated this at 2.5 million. Obviously, we all know the market is a bit crazy. We will revisit that, but we're hoping that over time, by the time we execute this project, that there may be some balancing in the construction trade. And we may even, you know, there's an old concept of when recessionary times hit, government has money and we actually invest and, you know, we hire contractors and we get more value out of those projects during recessionary times. So the timing may be perfect. I don't want to jinx us, but it may be perfect to get a lot of value out of that 2.5.
Yeah, good. Well, thank you. Thank you for your work on this. And as I said, it's exciting. So it's exciting to see it starting to move forward. So thank you, Tom. Other questions, comments from board members? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. It's really exciting that we have the opportunity to build such a center. And so my one question is, I know that you said that Louise Yellowman Park has some infrastructure and designs already ready out. For the other parcel, how long would it take to get caught up or to get to where we're shovel ready? And would that affect the timeline to build, considering we're not going to get the funding till 2024?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. It definitely would extend the timeline due to the amount of the civil engineering that would have to happen, specifically with the stormwater drainage and potentially detention basins on site. How long that would extend it, I don't have an accurate answer for you. We have not engaged with civil engineers at this point, but I would imagine it would add probably 6 months to the project.
And that's even though we're not going to get funding for 12 months, that would still impact us in that way.
Correct. Yes, we would want to secure funding. We want to know the site as we secure funding, because that'll dictate the cost. That'll help drive the conversation about what the cost of the project is. Because one parcel may cost more than another depending on the infrastructure that's existing. So if we choose a site based on other criteria, then we could really fine tune our planning approach to it. And really understand what that implication is, what the cost implication.
And Tom, wouldn't there also be time element involved in trying to get a lease or some kind of arrangement with the Navajo Nation to try to get to the use of their property?
Yes.
Do you know how long that would take?
I do not know. I have never, the only, the park parcel was actually already purchased from the Babbitts before I started with the organization back in 2007. So I do not have any experience with actually securing or having land donated or given to the county from the Navajo Nation.
And Madam Chair, if I might add, any of the properties that we use, for instance, the Board of Supervisors office is a license. It is not owned by the county.
I'm sorry.
The Board of Supervisors office. Sorry. The Board of Supervisors office in Tuba City is not owned by the county. It is a license from the BIA.
So we have ownership license with ownership withdrawal from them. Is that correct?
I would not use that phrase. Ownership withdrawal. I'm not familiar with, Chair. I apologize. It's a very simple one-page license.
Is that in perpetuity?
It has been thus far. There is no expiration date on it. Since 1981, we've used that building from BIA for the board office.
Any other comments, questions, members of the board?
I have another question. When will we know some of these other factors? Because right now we're talking about, between two different parcels, but it sounds like there's some information that we still need to have before we can truly evaluate that. What's the timeline on that? Like, what are we looking at so that for making this decision per se, like what timeline do we need to make it by?
Yeah, we would prefer.
I think Supervisor Fowler was going to comment.
No, go ahead, Tom.
We would prefer to know which parcel we're interested in doing this project on before we apply for the grant with the USDA. It makes that process a lot smoother because there are a lot of environmental considerations that we have to check boxes in the application. So if we were to proceed with looking at both sites throughout the application process, then we'd have to do environmental assessments on both of them. We'd have to do floodplain analysis on both of them. We would have to do an architectural feasibility study on both of the properties to be able to apply for the grant, because that's how USDA reviews them, and they have to have all that information in order to check the boxes to give the funds to us.
Any other comments, questions?
So, okay, so I like to make a comment. So, you know, when this has been in the works, this having an office in Tuba City, a complex, it has been proposed by the board for many years. And we finally, thank goodness to our congressional delegation, they were the opening up of the possibility of getting grants and from congressional approval congressional approval, that's how the money came about, which we're really thankful for our congressional delegation that really has worked on this, and really happy. So with the new Tuba City chapter was communities very excited about having a county complex there, office. So at the time, the federal requirement of having a county-owned land was not brought up. So that's where, it's like, okay, let's see if we can get this land here, and the chapter identified the land that is proposed right now, and saying, hey, that land is available, let's get that land. So right now, the chapter and the land use committee have already they are very supportive. We've already gotten approval from Navajo Nation. We're waiting for the BIA. But had we known that it had to be county owned, we may not have gone through all this process. We're just now at the point where we only need one more approval. But if we don't need that approval, then we don't need to proceed on this side with the Tuba City the land that is we're looking at right now, because that is an empty lot. It is right next to NTUA, the Neck College, the ADOT is right there, and all of our neighbors, the neighbors I just named, they're all very supportive. The Tuba City chapter and the Land Use Committee and Navajo Nation, everyone is supportive of it. Even BIA, we just need to get another letter from there. But however, if we do not need to pursue that land, then we do not need to move forward with that. So that's just something that I was not aware of. And this is the first time I just now heard that they had to be county land. Now, with the county, with the infrastructure on the parkland, then it shrinks the park. We don't have as big of a park now. So then I don't know how much of it is going to be cut out. That was part of the consideration, and that we would have more parking space on that side as well. But if it's not needed, then we need to just inform the chapter that and the community that is not needed now.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I think that one of the requirements is having it on your own land. And if we don't do that, I'm thinking that they might not allow us to get the funding. So I think from my perspective, I think there are more pros than cons on the county land, because that way we're in control. We have our people that are going to be cleaning the area. We're going to be sharing parking lots. We're going to be You know, we're gonna have, and the infrastructure is pretty much there. And, you know, all the stuff that what we need. And so I'm thinking that, it probably would just be best to not go around and try to, you know, prolong the process of getting this building up, and we can just go ahead and move forward with, you know, at the county land. That way, you know, I know the Navajo Nation leases for X number of years, and then you have to request for the lease again for extension or whatever it may be. So I'm not sure if we want to do that. And I know that there's several places that I know they have put up things, you know, on the land that's Navajo Nation, and later on, you know, they didn't renew the land, and then if that happens, that we don't own that land or that building. It's probably just going to be, you know, I don't know, we may have to be removing that particular trailer out of there. So I don't want to go through. The other thing is that too, you know, who's going to be paying for all their the extra things that need to get done, like the what was mentioned earlier, you know, all of those are going to be all done all over again. But I think right now we're in the best position to really think about the county land versus the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation process takes forever too, and I know that some places it even takes 2 whole years. So they have to do their application, they have to do their go through community development and industrial development, legal surveys, GPS, consent from the grazing officials, if people are grazing in that area. But this, I think this is administrative land. You know, all of this resolutions and approved by the Navajo Nation Land Department. And then also to construct and then attain all the clearances, fish and wildlife heritage preservations, and all of these withdrawals, you know, I think is really something that's going to take us a long time, and we're going to have to find more dollars to do that, you know. And I don't think there's a nearby utility lines or even water lines, just probably up to the Dene College, and the next one is a junior high school, which they're kind of low for, you know. And then plus the utility poles probably have to be put up, you know, just to accommodate the building. So I think overall, you know, with all these processes and the renewals of the land use, land rental, it's going to be a rental of the land. And they always say that, you know, it's Navajo Nation land, and just so many inches below the ground is what, you know, people use, are just the top portion of it. So I don't think we should be involved with anything like that, because I think it's better to have it right there all in one. And right now, Louise Yellowman's trailer court, I mean, that place for Louise Yellowman's recreation place, there's a lot of things that go on in that area. And there's been some people that, you know, been really hurting each other's badly in that area because there's nothing there. And so it's something that we really need to look at. You know, somebody might say that's county land, and, you know, you guys are allowing this to happen, you know, this happened in your area, we might even be liable for suit. And I'm thinking that far, you know, to secure that place and to lighten that place more so that we can. And certainly, you know, there's I think that would be the most benefit, you know, to the county, instead of going to another area and then adding more costs and more, everything's going to be more over there. And then we have to, at each step of the way, if we're going to do anything, we have to go through the Navajo Nation to make those improvements or extensions or whatever. So even with utility companies, it's like that. They want to be told, you know, if there's going to be every little thing, and those things, you know, it really take a lot of money. And then with over there, there's going to be nothing around it except the Dene College, and it might be prone to vandalism. So I'm kind of thinking in those ways, and listening to this report. And certainly, I think, you know, for me, I think it's in the best interest to leave it on the county land, where it's our land, our you know, it's our area. And we can make those decisions, you know, from this end, and, you know, if there's anything that goes wrong with certain things in the area. So, but, you know, it's gonna be hard to do the land withdrawal, and it's not an overnight thing that happens. It's a long process, and some could take a year to 2 years just to have anything approved through that. Because I've done this with the Navajo Nation offices like NHA and other health department and things like that. You know, it for that a road to even be fixed, it took me 8 years just to get through the whole process, just to have a road fixed in certain areas of the road that were leading to the housing. So things like that, and we're going to run into all of those problems, and we shouldn't have to do that, especially if we just have that land. I think it goes all the way back to the requirement is that we have to own that land. So that's my thoughts, and I just wanted to say that, you know, it's good, you know, that, you know, we're having this talking about this, and we're getting input, and we have to do all the pros and cons. But I think right now I can see the more pros than in the county side than the other side, because I've been there and done that, working with the Navajo Nation programs for a long time. So that's just what I wanted to bring up, something that's on my mind while we're discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Other comments, questions?
I have another question.
Sure.
I think Supervisor Fowler brought up a good point about the loss of space on the park. How much of the park space would actually be used for this facility?
Yeah, so the park itself is just over 7 acres. And the proposed chunk of property on that would be about 3/4 of it. And it's currently in an unused portion of the park. The original design of the park had a circular parking lot up there on the north side, and we had to cut it out back in 2007 due to budgetary constraints. So this would really replace where the originally intended parking lot would be, with another parking lot in another building. And it bumped right up, for those of you that have visited the site, it would bump right up on the playscape. So the playscape would be very close to it. So in non-business hours, it'd be a great place for park users to come and park, also to access that portion of the park.
And again, I'm sorry, about how much space is what's left over, like in actual square feet, or, you know, acreage, or because I've never been to that park, so I have no visualization of what we're talking about. So I need to get a sense of size. Sorry, I'm a visual person.
No, you're fine. So actually, can you see this area?
Yes.
So the park, the full 7 acres of the park is this shape here. And McDonald's just takes out the little corner. So the proposed site would basically be, this is the playscape right here. It'd basically be right there up to Moanave Street.
But the majority of the park as is would still be available.
Correct. So the vast majority of it. So six acres, just over 6 acres would still be park property. Well, park functions, sorry. So it's all park property.
And Tom, just to clarify, the park property is owned by the county right now, correct?
Correct, yeah.
The park property was purchased by the county. And, you know, we don't need to talk about the tribal land anymore, because that is just a you know, it says that it has to be federally owned. And, you know, this vision of having and it's not like it's not in the middle of nowhere, right? The proposed land was where the west side is all of NTUA, Navajo Utility Company. Then on the right side there, it's all completely fenced in, and the Nick College, and then we have ADOT in the front. So, you know, it's not like there isn't utility there. There's utilities that are there. And I thought it would be, we thought with the Duran and Nelson, who were on the call today, and chapter officials, that was going to be a good location. we've already gone through the Navajo Nation process, and we only had one more approval, which was from the BIA, which we thought was going to come in right away. So, but that now that we know that this has to be a land that county owns, this was not, if I had known that, then Tom would not have been he didn't need to bring the two lands for board consideration. It could have been pulled yesterday and not even have a board discussion. So I think this pretty much just the language of the federal language that is in there really does limit where it's going to be. And let's just remember too that we do have the library, which we worked on for over 15 years just to restore just the nature of the historic preservation, construction, and all that process. Our library is on tribal land, and we do have a lease with the Navajo Nation. So it's not something that is undoable. It's not something that cannot be done. And because we've done this before, and we're gonna probably do something again in the future. So let's just put things into perspective here.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I totally agree. I think we need to just move on with the county land, and then certainly there's going to be other times we may want to expand, and we can always look at other avenues to work with that. But it is going to be a process, and so I just want to thank the presenters, for bringing this up to us. I greatly appreciate the discussions that's being put before us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay, and for everyone else who has talked about this. I think it's a very exciting project. I know that this board has been very supportive of this, and very, very pleased that the congressional delegation was able to get the job done for us. And I certainly am excited about getting a Coconino County service center located on county property for all the reasons that I think Tom did a good job of laying out, and I think it's the best use of our, not only is it a requirement, but it's also basically, we own it. There's already the stormwater infrastructure in place. There is easy access to it. There's parking, even overflow parking capabilities. And I think it's going to be a great project for all of tribal lands there in Coconino County. It's going to serve more than just Tuba City, and it's going to serve and provide a great need to so many of our tribal county residents. So thank you, Tom, for your leadership, and for my board colleagues for their excitement on getting this done as well. So I know, Lena, this is something that's been near and dear to your heart, and also to Supervisor Begay's. And I can tell you that speaking for myself and probably the vice chair, we're really looking forward to getting this done too. So it's a great opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anything else? And you don't need any action on this at this time, do we, County Manager?
No, not at this time, Madam Chair. It was an update on the project as presented today. Thanks.
And Tom, did you need anything else from us?
I did not. Thank you.
All right, good, cool. Well, we want updates. So as we move forward. So let's go back. We have another item that we passed over. Presentation and discussion from the United Way of Northern Arizona regarding program funding. As you know, United Way is one of our partners providing services to our community. And we've been hearing from our community partners on how they are servicing Coconino County and assisting us in providing for our residents. And we have a very familiar face that I'm sure is going to become more familiar, not Barbie more familiar, but familiar in her new role as United Way of Northern Arizona's director and CEO. And I'm so pleased to see you, Liz. And we are so looking forward to continuing to work with you and partner with you and the United Way. So with that, I'm turning it over to you, Liz.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. It is a pleasure to be able to be with you today. And I'm I'm so happy to be able to be back home and to actually have my first presentation before my former colleagues and friends. Thank you so much for your time today. And we have quite a lineup for you today with our board chair, who's also here, Mike Kelly, our incoming chair, who's the vice chair, Armando Reese, who of course is a familiar face to you as well. And then we have our United Way team who is on and able to be available to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you so much for having us today to talk a little bit about the funding cycle that we are just finishing up, and being able to demonstrate to you just exactly where the funds from the county went. And so what I'd like to do is first introduce our board chair, Mike Kelly, and he and I then will go into the presentation along with Armando. Mike?
Great, thanks, Liz, and special thanks. You took a lot of the words out of my mouth, I have to say, because I did want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their generosity, for their support, ongoing support of the United Way, and more importantly, for the ongoing support of our community. I mean, that's why we exist as the United Way. As Liz said, I'm the current chairman of the board. My previous life was working for W.L. Gorn Associates, worked there for over 40 years and retired here about close to 6 months ago. So I'm navigating that new piece of life. But I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for everything you're doing, for inviting us here today, and for your belief in us, for your trust in the United Way. And what we'd like to do is hopefully bolster that trust with some information that we've got today. Armando's going to share a lot of good information, and I know Kyla's on with us as well, a member of the leader of the community investment efforts with Armando. So I think with that, Liz, unless I'm forgetting, oh no, there was one other thing I wanted to mention. So I wanted to introduce you, Patrice. Thank you for doing that, and I wanted to thank the outgoing CEO. Carol Dykes is not on the panel. She is in the audience. And I just wanted to thank her for her 24 years or so of dedication to the United Way. She's done amazing things and is now passing that baton to Liz, who is in day 2, right, Liz? This is
right.
Yeah. So Carol, thank you very much. I know you can't respond, but want to make sure we acknowledge Carol and all her hard work, and she'll be sticking around for a while to help Liz transition in, but then she's off doing retirement things as well. So how about with that? Not sure who's running the slideshow, but maybe we can jump into the slides.
Okay, so why don't we go to the first slide? And as I mentioned, this is the United Way's presentation of the 2021 to 2023 Coconino County Social Services Funding Report. And
Excuse me, Liz, let me see if we can get it loaded up.
oh, sure. Thanks, Steve.
So,
yeah, thanks, Steve.
Lindsay, are you loading or who's loading? Thank you.
I've got it, Steve. Hold on one second.
Great.
Thanks. Liz,
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, we see it on the screen now. And so United Way basically improves lives to make lasting change in community conditions. And I wanted to just let you know a little bit about our areas of focus. And many of you are very familiar with United Way, but just as a reminder, our FY 2021 to 2023 2-year funding cycle directed preference to those community-based organizations providing critical services to vulnerable children, families, and individuals in alignment with United Way of Northern Arizona's mission and Coconino County's stated focus areas. And so you see there's 3 areas that we focused in on: early childhood development, specifically kindergarten readiness and literacy supports, This initiative improves the social emotional development, cognitive language skills, early literacy, mathematics, and science learning while increasing support and knowledge for educators, nonprofits, parents, and caregivers. And this ensures that children meet developmental milestones that lead to success through their lives. And the two ways that we focused in on this was the kindergarten readiness and the literacy supports. The second area is positive youth development. This initiative is based on the principles of the 6 C's, which include confidence, character, connection, competence, caring, and contribution. And this positive framework guides our community in organizing services, opportunities, and support to assist our young people in reaching their full potential. And you'll see there's 3 areas there: social emotional well-being, positive supportive relationships, and youth leadership development that we focused in on. And then the third area is safety and security, meeting basic needs. And being able to meet basic needs like safe housing and adequate food enables our families to move from day-to-day existence to planning for the positive future. And you'll see that under this one, we focused in on safe shelter, food security, childcare, transportation, medication assistance, and general support for basic needs such as personal care and hygiene, clothing, and infant essentials. And I'm sure that these 3 areas will definitely resonate with you as county supervisors and the county as a whole, because you know our residents have several challenges, and so there's a lot of opportunity to be able to assist in these 3 areas, especially just coming out of the pandemic. Certainly there's still great need. We'll go to the next slide. And I'll hand it over to Armando.
Thank you, Liz. Appreciate that. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Chair Horseman, members of the board. Armando Reese. I'm obviously the county assessor and also a proud volunteer for United Way of Northern Arizona. So United Way of Northern Arizona serves residents and supports programs across Northern Arizona in Coconino, Navajo, and Apache counties, specifically outside of the tribal boundaries, which is served by our neighboring affiliate partner over at Navajo United Way. So when donors choose United Way of Northern Arizona to invest their dollars into community programs, United Way does the legwork to vet organizations and to ensure that those dollars are being invested into proven programs. So we do this through a very robust grant application process called community investment. This is a process that we at United Way are very familiar with. It's a process that we've honed since we first began evaluating programs for CI funding in 1967. So we've outlined a few of the eligibility requirements, and of course, those programs that are eligible, we encourage them to apply. And this incredible process would not be possible without some of the amazing staff, of course, at United Way of Northern Arizona, and of course, our dedicated volunteers who drive the community investment process. So here, United Way of Northern Arizona uses local volunteers that are recruited from our donors, the campaign volunteers, the corporate and community leaders, and our volunteer hub. So I wanted to do a quick shout out about our volunteer hub, which is where individuals from the community members can sign up to be notified about volunteer opportunities. So as you know, this was incredibly important when we needed volunteers for crisis response, when we needed to build 1 million sandbags, and of course, when our neighbors needed help. So that is an important part of what we do as well. So our community investment review volunteers consist of 7 teams who are responsible for reviewing program applications, visiting the programs, scoring each applicant utilizing an evaluation rubric, and making the final award recommendations to the United Way Board of Directors. One of my favorite parts of this process are the site visits and having the opportunity to see the programs in action, and of course, meet the incredible people behind the programs that make the work possible. Go to the next slide. So as we begin the review, we try to take a holistic approach as we analyze the major components of each program and how each of the components work in harmony to meet the program outcomes. So this includes the program description, the target population, the program activities, the performance measures, and of course, the overall program budget. So we do all of these things to ensure that we truly understand what the program is trying to accomplish, which also allows us to be better partners to the programs that we support, and also to meet the donor expectations and to know that the donor funds have been wisely invested. We can move to the next slide, please. So the evaluation rubric. So I had mentioned that we do use, the program evaluators use a scoring rubric to grade each of the program applicants. And so we know that each of our nonprofits are doing amazing work. But the reality is that we don't have unlimited funding. And often it's hard to separate the emotional connection that we have with each of the programs and the work that they do. So the evaluation rubric ensures that we are being fair, that we're being objective in our evaluation process. So again, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity and for your continued support. The next portion of the presentation, I'm going to pass off to the co-chair of community investment, my co-chair, Kyla Garrison, to talk about some of the other tools and resources that we currently use in the CI process.
Thanks, Armando. Hi, I'm Kyla Garrison, recent add to the United Way board, but I've been a member of the community investment team for, I think, over a decade at this point. So I've seen it through a lot of different changes on how we've done that, how we've worked through the questions and evaluated each of these fields and our agencies. And I think we just wanted to take a moment to also highlight some of the great work that the United Way team has done in changing that from a world of a big binder and lots of paper and having to sort through and find the documentation and update it to really what is now, I think, a modern, very effective and relatively seamless system where the volunteers can log on, look at current information, look at information from the past, and really use that to evaluate against those criteria that Armando highlighted and more, along with documentation and everything that we can look at. So it has really helped to make that process not only better, but also an easier and I would say more enjoyable experience for those of us on the teams who are helping out. No longer those big old binders. So just to kind of highlight a lot of the work and how the United Way team has really helped keep this modern and as effective as we can be. From there, forgive me, I can't remember to whom I'm handing this off now at this point.
Sure, Kyla, that would be me.
Thanks, Liz.
Yeah, no problem. So I wanted just to talk a little bit about the investment, and United Way was able to leverage the county funds by 172%. And you'll see 3% in the early childhood development, 12% in the positive youth development, and 85% in the safety and security. These are the totals by the focus area, but overall, we were able to leverage the funding by 172%. And basically, this is taking the Coconino County's funding, and by writing for grants or seeking additional funding, additional donations, we were able to extend the dollars overall by that amount. And so again, your investment, as you can see, was able to be more than doubled. I mean, it's just been amazing what we were able to do with the dollars and the difference we're able to make. We'll go to the next slide. And Armando, would you like to take some of these along with me?
Sure thing. So these are a couple of the, again, amazing highlights of the programs that were supported and some of the outcomes of those investments into the community. And so again, 2,455 individuals received essential transportation assistance. Over 250,000 food boxes were distributed, over 350,000 hot meals served, and 5,815 shelter nights provided, in addition to 368 families receiving rent and mortgage assistance, and then 673 individuals who obtained housing. And again, using the ability, having the ability to take the funding, leverage it so that these things and these amazing outcomes can happen is what we do at United Way.
And then the next slide, I'll focus in on this one. Over 20,000 children ages 0 to 5 participated in literacy programs. Slightly over 8,000 improved in their literacy skills. We have over 10,000 books that were given to children. And this is through our Dolly Parton Imagination Library. Over 8,000 youth participated in STEAM programs. Over 5,000 mentoring hours were provided, and slightly over 7,000 youth improved their school attendance. And that is the sum of the investments from Coconino County, and we would be more than happy to engage in some questions and dialogue with you.
Thank you very much, Liz and team. Always great to see you, Armando, and obviously Kyla. And, you know, it's wonderful to see you online. And we forgot to mention, and I'm so glad the board chair mentioned this, and that is Carol Dykes. You know, we're very excited to work with Liz Archuleta, but it's with, you know, it is with sadness that we see Carol transitioning on, although hopefully we'll see Carol in other settings and in really enjoyable settings as well. So for the, you know, really want to mention great thanks to Carol Dykes and her leadership for United Way. I know that Liz is going to carry that forward and carry it on with a great team that has been compiled. But Carol, you did a great job. We so enjoyed working with you, and we certainly are going to miss you there at United Way, but I know our paths will cross in many different ways. And congratulations and all the best to you as you move forward. So, but with that, and this was exciting to go through United Way and what you have done on behalf or for our community, and really with a partnership with Coconino County. So, you know, thank you for your extraordinary work, especially during the last couple of years. I mean, we've just had one emergency after another, as you know, and United Way has been our partner and really served our community every step of the way. Your volunteer from your volunteer, what do you about? It's not a profile, but from your volunteer line to providing direct services, helping us make those darn sandbags, and in general, just really serving our community. So really appreciate you. And other comments, questions from members of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, I'd like to thank the team for the presentation and say thank you and welcome to Liz. It's great to see you. And I just want to say thank you for laying the foundation and groundwork for the work that I do now. It's been quite an adventure, but I appreciate it. And I appreciate working with you now in this new capacity, and look forward to seeing how we can collaborate to continue to service our community. Those numbers were really impressive, and you know, of all the different things that we've been able to do with by leveraging funds from the county. So that's really exciting. And thank you for all your hard work and really being strategic and forward thinking to be able to leverage that funding to do so many services. That was impressive. My one question is, I wasn't sure if the volunteer hours for all the different events that have happened over the last year were included in the vol service hours in there. I didn't see that, and I think that should be included because that was an amazing effort by United Way. Really appreciated all the volunteer days, whether it be sandbags or cleaning up debris out in the communities after the fires. That took a lot of logistics, a lot of partnerships with county staff, and just really appreciated all the effort that United Way did and Carol's leadership through those events. And so I also want to thank her for all her hard work in organizing that and leaving a good foundation of United Way moving forward. And so, I just really want to commend everybody because there's been some good work done. It's reflected through the presentation, and really think that the community should know these things, and we should know these things in terms of just how well United Way is doing, leveraging funds, using funds that are provided to have the most impact. And 172% was pretty impressive. Like I was still trying to wrap my brain about how much that actually is, but it is important to note that that's quality work right there, and that's getting the most for your bang for your buck. And so thank you, all of you, for your leadership, and I look forward to seeing how we continue to do so moving forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Supervisor Vasquez. If I may, Madam Chair, just the volunteer hours are not were not calculated in here. We would be happy to put that together for you as well. These were basically just with the social service funding, but certainly we have thousands of hours from volunteers and assisting in the emergency crisis response. And certainly, the efforts of those volunteers, amount to, great numbers in terms of service, and what amounts to what dollars would it amounts to dollars, to actual time that people put in. And so we would be happy to put some of those figures together for you, and perhaps in the future, provide a presentation around the emergency crisis response as well.
Thank you. For me, that makes it all the more impressive because all those hours weren't included in the presentation right now, and it was a lot. And so to me, that's great. Please do. I'd love to see those hours, but to me, it only makes it that much more impressive, the amount of impact for our social well-being in our community that we had. And that didn't even include emergency management services or, crisis management. So that's pretty cool. That's, I'm impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other members of the board?
Okay, hi. Hi, Liz.
Hi, Lena. Supervisor Fowler. How are you?
I'm very good. It's really good to see you.
Oh, it's great to see you.
Yeah, welcome home, and being able to work with you at home again, and really appreciate you working at the national level too. Here we are, we're meeting at these national meetings, and here you walk in and give us a report, and it's kind of like, oh, these are all the things that are available, so it's just you're just full of resources, and I'm sure you still have that backpack on from there, and
I do.
Upon us.
Happy to help in any way.
Yeah, so that's really wonderful. It's great to see Armand on the board. And these days we're still at a Zoom, so we don't really see each other anymore. So it's really good to see everyone just in your little box here. So thank you for your presentation. And, throughout the years, and Liz, you and I worked on this, throughout the years, United Way has changed. And then some years back, it changed its focus just to the narrow focus. The way I see it is a narrow focus of just the children. Now, I don't know if it's a nationwide that has happened, but I know here at the local level, it's really narrowed its focus to the younger children, and being able to really look most of it there in that is the core, it seems like. Correct me if I'm wrong, but just the vastness of the services that used to be provided seems like it has changed. And then some time back, I know that when we used to, it seemed to have more of provide more services out in the community, in the rural communities as well. Now most of the services, it looks like, and I know that always the argument is that Flagstaff is the main population of the county, but it seems like this is where all the services have shrunk to, and not out in the rural communities. So that's what I'm seeing. And I used to be on United Way board, and back then it was like more of across the board. Now it looks like it's just Flagstaff, and not so much in Page and Williams and these other communities. And these are so anyway, the programs that were shown here, they're all pretty much in the Flagstaff region, and I can see your model. I can see how you have really expanded and increased your just the impact, and United Way has always been very good at doing that. But I just wanted to share my observation, and if it's not correct, please let me know.
Well, thanks, Supervisor Fowler. I really appreciate that. And let me just start by saying, so for example, we do have a kinder camp in Williams, and we have a kinder camp in Blue Ridge. We just didn't outline that here. These, what we outlined specifically was just the funded programs with the Coconino County Social Service funding, but certainly, indicates to me the need to maybe do a broader presentation to the board in terms of just the entire impact of United Way of Northern Arizona. But I would be happy to work with you and all of the board members to diversify the groups that the funding is going to. The applications, the funded programs reflect the applications received. So certainly we could do a lot more with you in terms of going out to these communities, whether it be Page, or whether it be, Williams, or some of the other communities, to basically seek applications from various entities. We also, though, would need to look at extending our fundraising as well, so that the more fundraising we do, then the more funding that we can provide the various agencies and support the various programs. So I would love to be able to talk to you about opportunities around that, and having, working with you to make sure that that organizations are aware, and that we can go and increase the funding to support more programs. We know that, the application was opened by solicitation, right? So we solicited applications, and we basically received one application from an entity outside of the Flagstaff area. And I know that Heidi Hansen is on the line, and I'll ask her to step in and just provide a little bit more information on that. Heidi?
Sure. Can you hear me all right? Oh, I know. I guess I'll turn my camera on. Whoop. So close.
We hear you and see you, Heidi. You're in trouble now.
I know I am in total trouble, and I'm in the office. Lena, no, really important. And we did strategically, we went back when actually Steve Peru served as the board chair, had come, to do a really strategic focus on narrowing in, because we gotten so broad and we were not being very efficient or effective with the services that we were providing, being so broad. So, hone it in, bring it closer to home, and then open the solicitation too. And it's amazing that we didn't get very many applications from, the Page region at all. And, we can't really take the Tuba City because that's part of Navajo Way. That's part of their jurisdiction. So we can't fund organizations in that particular area, but in the Page region, we can. And so getting the word out, Lena, that'd be a great way because we can shift those dollars around to however they need to be to make sure that those county dollars are being expended in those areas. But only one applicant last year.
Yeah, we still have the great challenge, Liz. We always deal with this great challenge of not having nonprofits. That's still there. And Steve and I are continually talking about that and trying to see how we might be able to help in that area. And we're working on it, but that's still a work in progress, and everything takes a while to do. So I really appreciate you all working on this and volunteering and just everything that that United Way does. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if I can, Heidi, you may remember when we did the volunteer event back in November, you gave us some numbers and Lucinda found them for me. I knew they were there somewhere. From the emergency response, the volunteer hours that you gave us for emergency response was 5,333 and 146 volunteers. And of course, that was really to cover the emergencies throughout that we were facing from the 2 fires and the 45 separate flood events that occurred. So very impressive. Add these numbers to what you've just provided us. And it's incredible the service that's been provided through United Way. So thank you so much for your partnership and for all of your assistance in serving Coconino County. And any other comments, questions, members of the board?
May I again, Madam Chair?
Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to follow up and just say, just adding to Supervisor Vasquez comment about the United Way's effort and with the need that during the flooding and the fire, and all the animals, even the animals, finding shelter for them. So with that, having that partner that you can reach out to, or you don't have to reach out to, they're already right there. It's like you almost bump into them, they're there. So that is really good. And I think that your work in that area is just amazing, and all the work that you do in the Flagstaff region, and we'll have to just continue to work to reach out. But I just want to thank you for that as well. And I know we've been working, really partnered during the pandemic with the homeless shelters and the homeless need. And we have had just multiple meetings on that, and just trying to figure out how to do that and partnering with our departments. That was really important, and just look forward to working with you again. And Liz, it's great to have you back and being able to work with you here again. Thanks.
All right, thank you. County Manager.
Yes, if all board member comments, I just wanted to follow up. Thanking Liz, United Way, Carol, everyone at the United Way organization for being with us today. As we've always said, that an important partner with local governments are nonprofits. Government cannot solve all of the issues nor address all of the issues as much as we would like to. And I think when you look at Coconino County with regard to, I think we're one of the first counties in Arizona to have within our structure a community action program and other social programs. That's been the heart of what we do. At the same time, we need nonprofits. We need nonprofits in our community to help us fill the gap. Today is Arizona Gives Day, so we need to find your favorite nonprofit and support them as much as we can. But again, it also speaks to the fact that we've had a history of relationships with all of our funded partners, and we provided the opportunity for our funded partners, including United Way, to come with you in the last few weeks, give a general program update of all the good things they're doing. And so I just want to particularly be very appreciative of all the work that United Way has done. I appreciate Carol and everyone there at United Way board. Great volunteer dedication, and our partners with regard to all emergencies. I still remember the day, long time ago, back in 2010, when it was terrible things what was happening out because of flooding. And I remember that it was 5:15 in the morning. I called Carrie Bloom and asked for help, and that help never has stopped. So I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just thank you all for all the hard work that you're doing, and all these numbers speaks for itself. And Liz, thank you for being part of this effort again. And I'm looking forward to working with you also, and the rest of the board is probably in that way too. So I just want to say that, the ruralness of the communities, I think that's one thing that I was thinking. I know that I knew about the one down at Blue Ridge in my district. So, but anyway, I guess if we have the funds, we can reach out more, but we're just, we need to probably, just like you said, Liz, that we may have to do more, solicit more funds elsewhere, to help more people. So, but basically, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work and all the board members that are there. Thank you very much. And, our kids deserve this. Today, we had 2 proclamations that we passed. One was for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and then another one was the Health and Human Services portion of it. So I think, our little kids are also, they can get affected in certain ways in some of those in an area that I just mentioned. And I think, we that in itself, we really need to ensure that they're safe. And I think as you look at the graph that you have on here, you're really looking at safety and security, which is really good. So I just want to thank you for reaching that 85%. So thank you so much, and I just want to say thank you again from the bottom of my heart for, helping people that are in need. And I do a lot of charity work on my own with my family. So I just greatly appreciate it. I know what it's like. And I know, when you help people, you tend to sleep better too. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments? Otherwise, we so appreciate the update, and it's great to see members of the board. Great to see Mike Kelly and the rest of the board members, and certainly Liz, welcome. And Mike, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you for all the kind words. It means a lot. It means a lot to know that we're supported and to hear that. So thank you for that. I wanted to point out something. We have 3 staff members that are currently on the call, Liz being one of those. You heard from Heidi and also Christine Pierce. This organization operates with 4 staff members. That's just incredible. I think the only one that isn't here is Elaine Hevestry, who's managing the office right now. But I really appreciate the work that these staff members do, and the output that comes from their hard work, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. And Liz.
Well, thank you so much, Chairwoman and members of the board. Just want to close this out by saying how much the entire United Way team and I look forward to working with you. We understand there's multiple challenges. This is why I'm so excited about this position, is to be able to take just the culmination of my learning, having been on the Board of Supervisors, having held the federal position, and now coming back to United Way, having been a board member for numerous years, and serving in this position. There's a lot of opportunity for us to work together and to collaborate. And I'm really looking forward to working with each of you to make sure that we're impacting our communities. So thank you so much for your time.
And Liz, it is different to be a board member than to become the CEO of an organization you're on the board for. I have a freaky feeling that having been there.
I might have to go have coffee with you.
Yeah, Kyla, it's good to see you, Kyla.
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Great to be amongst friends. Thank you so much for your time. I can't think of a better way to have you as part of my day today.
Well, thanks very much. So appreciate that. Kyla, did you have something to say?
Stand by. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks
great.
for the time.
Thank you again. Thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon. So appreciate you.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the board, we are down to an executive session, and I have been asked, and I'm sorry, probably just was in a hurry and we didn't take a break. So I think we better take a 5-minute break. And we do have an executive session, and I'm assuming that we have an executive session link that's going to be sent to us. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll be using the exec session Teams link that each of you have.
So here's what I want to do. And before I forget this, Steve. So if we have the link, I don't know if I've seen it, but I'm assuming it's here. Before we do that, so we don't have to come into open public meeting, I would like to take, if I could entertain, I'll read this to the board, entertain a motion for executive session. This is a executive session is for discussion and consultation with the staff and board to consider its position and instruct staff on Northern Arizona Healthcare's request to the county for an easement at Fort Tuthill. And this is a request for an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A7 of the open meeting law. And at this time, the recommendation is to go into executive session. Do I have a motion for executive session?
So move as read.
And I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. I have a second by Supervisor Begay. Yes, County Manager, before we vote, did you have a comment?
Yes, you will need to come back and go into regular session to go back into the flood control district role. So please be, so you're going to need to come back into the board session to resolve as the flood control in order to go into the second.
Okay, all right. You were confusing me. Yes, we will go back into open public meeting, but I was trying to, before the break, have the motion for us to go into executive session so that when after the break, you do not need to come into open meeting. After the break, you can go right into the executive session. So we do have a motion and a second. Do we have all those in favor of going into executive session for this item? Please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So members of the board, we will come back after our 5-minute break and go into executive session. And then after that executive session, we'll come back out into open public meeting as County Manager indicated. So thank you. We have a 5-minute break and then close out of this and let's go into our executive session after our break. So close out, please. All right, well, we're coming back in. I see Judy Begay is with us. And I don't know, Steve, do we need to take an executive session? Is this next item going to be a long item? Should we take a 5-minute? No, it won't be okay.
It shouldn't be a long item. I think we've got pretty clear staff guidance in terms of for the recommended action.
Chair, I think we've got everybody in now.
Lindsay, do you see Vice Chair? There he is.
Yes, he's on.
There we go.
Where's Lucinda?
Okay, I think we're all back. I see Vice Chair and Supervisor Begay and Fowler. I assume you're back since I see your name. So thank you. Hi, Supervisor Fowler. All right. With that, let's move on. Members of the board, we're getting down to the end here. This is a need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors, and there will be a request to go into executive session as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. So with that, I am going to ask that we get a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors.
So move.
Have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors and members of the board. We have an item. The Flood Control District Board of Directors may vote to go into executive session. The purpose of consulting with the board's attorney to obtain legal advice, consider its position, and instruct its attorney regarding contracting with outside legal counsel to work on behalf of the Flood Control District on flood control district matters. This is pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and ARS 38-431.03A4. Members of the board, there is a recommendation to go into executive session on this item. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of going into executive session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Members of the board, we now need to leave our open public meeting, go back into our executive session. See you soon. Okay, well, we're coming back. I see Judy coming back and waiting for everybody else. All right, Supervisor Fowler, Supervisor Begay, do we have Vice Chair?
Here.
And Vice Chair, I know you've been traveling, and thank you so much for being here via the magic of Zoom and Teams. So really, it's good to see you, and hopefully you can enjoy your evening here in just a minute. So
Yeah, thank you to your family.
we are back, and we have our last item of business is to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
All right, Supervisor Fowler, do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And unless there is an objection by anybody of the board, I think we need to adjourn our meeting. So thank you all, colleagues and members of the county staff and members of the public for being with us today. Appreciate your time.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.